Hi, if you don't know me, I'm Casey Dupart. I'm the MTSS Project Coordinator / Specialist. Welcome to the 2019 Fall Training. Hello, where's my team? Where's my MTSS team? Come forward, come forward. I need you all to know who else to harass besides me. We're gonna share this together. Hello. Nobody? No. I'm gonna go ahead and let you all introduce yourselves. Where's Heidi?
She's there. She's coming.
All right, go ahead.
I'm Heidi Lucha. I'm one of the coaches.
Hi, I'm Leanne Hawk, and I'm also one of the coaches for Weber, Granite, and Earthlight Academy. Yay, to see you all here, woohoo!
Hi, I'm Marlise. I'm one of the coaches.
And I'm Malia. I'm one of the coaches. I'm Malia Hyde. I'm the MTSS Specialist at Utah State Board and also a coach.
I'm Emily Berry. I'm the program evaluator.
I'm Terry Marks, and one of the UMTSS partners.
I'm Kim Brano. I'm the Assistant Director of Special Ed. I do other duties at the sign.
She is Wonder Woman. So as you see, this is your team that supports you. I'm so grateful for them. Can we all just give them a round of applause? Thanks, friends. We're gonna go ahead and get started on, you all should have your folders and you should all have access to the Padlets.
This one's better.
Yep. If you do not, please take a trip to the back. Yes.
This one's for the camera.
Oh, that's
so
why
both.
it didn't have a name. Got it.
So I need both.
Yeah.
I'm gonna be multitasking today. All right. Thank you.
You're welcome, dear.
I'm gonna go ahead and get started. Which computer are we using for
I think we're gonna use Terry's.
Terry's?
Yeah, here, look. There's a trick.
I'm not staying up here long, so I'm just
Oh,
holding
okay,
it.
never
Yeah.
mind.
I need my, who's gonna go first? Granite, I believe, for our highlights. I have them.
You have them?
Yes. Are you doing Granite for the highlight?
No, they're doing it.
Okay. Just making sure. Because I have this slide.
You do? Yeah. I kind of struggled with cutting and pasting on there.
No.
I wasn't sure if it made it on there. I'm glad it did. Judy Peterson will do it.
Judy?
Yeah.
Okay.
It would be like, I love it. I'm going to have
Oh, that's I need to. What is this? For the highlight. The highlights. Okay. I have the clicker here. Hold on.
My thing like does not have enough ports. Storing go. Here, why don't you
Thank you.
operate? Well, thanks for coming to me on time.
What do we call this thing? Did you find it? Did you see it?
I think I did.
Sit down. High quality professional development. No, wait.
In the
See, I see family engagement. Where is it? MTSS? Alright.
Just click X.
Where's your presentation?
Click down.
Here.
There's a little English. Yep.
I'm not presenting. Alright. There you go. Thank you. Yep. Is this it? Nope. Yeah, I have 3 of these.
Okay, hold on. Give me this guy. You don't need this. These are the 2 we need, and I'm gonna put them together.
It's like, why do I have 3?
Yeah, that's why.
Because that one's for online.
Yeah. I wish there was a way I could get him to be in there, but there's just not. Sucks. Sorry.
Pin them both to her.
Yeah.
Well, I'm not presenting. Okay, so let's get started on the highlights. I'm gonna go over some housekeeping because I don't want it to come up later on. Wi-Fi is GSD guest and the password is learning. I'm going to ask for Granite to come up. Is it Judy?
It's actually gonna be Amy.
Amy.
But like you told me to come up.
Yes, come up. This is your time to shine. We're gonna we wanted to have an opportunity for you all to kind of show what you've been working on, how MTS has been working within your LEAs. So we're gonna spotlight 2 of our LEAs. You have what you need. Cool. And then I can hold this for you because you can't do both.
Yes, however, I did not do these slides, so do I just keep clicking until we
Yes.
see Granite?
Keep going to Granite. Keep going.
Okay,
There you go.
Granite. Well, welcome. We are Granite School District, and our team is up here at the beginning. And just some of the highlights that we worked with Leanne to showcase our work with our MTSS efforts. We have switched up our PBIS MTSS training a little bit this year. And instead of assigning schools to attend certain trainings, we put out a menu. They were able to choose, this is what, the date we want to come to, this is the topic we want to come to. So far, 74 of our 90+ schools are either at fidelity with implementing PBIS or like so close, like they're maybe at 80% overall on the set, but the B criteria, teaching the expectations, is a little bit low. So close to have 74% of our schools all at implementation. The rest of them will probably, we're on.
Emphasize that includes our secondary schools.
Oh, it does include our secondary schools. That includes K-12. And we have 93 schools in our district. So for us, that is a huge celebration. We have worked really hard to get that PBIS into our secondary schools, and to have that many. I realize that some of them aren't quite to fidelity, but they're like so close, so we kind of just count that. That's a huge win for our district and for our PBIS coach team as well. We are still continuing to support our high schools with a 9th grade transition course called Freshman Success. We're having huge success with that. Another high school next fall will be incorporating 9th graders into their building. So we're working a lot with Olympus High and making sure that transition course is set up appropriately. And then a couple links if you want to come and check out some of the fun things that we've done. We do have a YouTube channel, and then we also have a Weebly that's kind of there at the bottom that you may or may not be able to see. But the YouTube channel, we just uploaded another video from Binion Jr., if any of you are familiar with that school at all. And they just did a phenomenal teaching video and kind of parodied it off of National Geographic, because they're the Bobcats and they had a fun accent, and when you observe a Bobcat and its natural environment, anyway, it's really cute. So if you get a chance, check it out. So questions? Yeah.
So they have access to these slides, right?
They will. I'm going to upload them to the Padlet. If you know what the Padlet is, I will send that out to you all, but you should know how to access. That's a very short URL that I created for you to access all of today's.
The links of their videos and their.
Yes, so you should have access to everything we're going to talk about today.
You should check out their, I mean, both of those are fun. Their YouTube videos really, their channel is really cool if you're looking for PBIS videos and websites, but also their Weebly is amazing in terms of PBIS, all the tiers. And in fact, I took some stuff off of it. There's some awesome stuff on Check and Check Out, which I sort of wrote a book about, but it's awesome.
Leanne, you want to come up here? You want to come up here? No?
They have done such a great job on putting all the materials together. So if you all are looking for things in terms of PBIS, particularly related to secondary, they've just done a great job. So they do all the work. I'm just a coach sometimes.
Thank you, Leanne. Yeah, we have a lot of fun. So, and we and not to say that everyone else isn't doing amazing things too, but we love to share our ideas.
Thank you.
Yeah.
That's awesome.
Thank you.
Awesome. Thank you, Granite. I'm going to have Spectrum come up. Go back. Hello. Welcome. Go ahead and do a brief introduction and what you're going to talk about. You'll hit that button to go to the slide.
Hi, my name is Audra Mahan. I'm the K-6 Academic Achievement Specialist. My team is right there. They're amazing. So we implemented the MTSS a couple years ago. This slide shows our K-3 successes. At this point, we have MTS going in our K-12 population. We have a 90% special education population with a campus down in Pleasant Grove and North Salt Lake. I taught first grade there for 8 years and went out of my classroom to become an instructional coach. That's a lot of what we've been doing with MTSS. In January 2017, for our state progress scores, we were at 43%. Through looking at the tiers and the specific instruction going on in the classrooms, the amount of time we'd have RTI, looking at our progress monitoring, quite honestly, we thought all of that was important, but I don't know that even I, as a teacher, really understood how important it was until I was asked to help improve scores. Okay? So we went in, we changed some instruction, we added instructional time. We now have 30 extra minutes of RTI time every day for our students in reading. We progress monitor to look at our data. When it comes to MOY, we now progress monitor the red, yellow, green, blue, the 2, 3, 4 weeks. We also progress monitor at MOY with whether we are making below, well below, typical, or above and well above progress. So we've added that into our progress monitoring, and that's really helped a lot because even our students that are at and above benchmark, if they're not making enough progress, they then have to progress monitor based on as if they're red. Does that make sense? That's actually helped quite a lot. So anyway, so these were our January 2017 scores, 43%, implementing all of our teaching with Fidelity, adding an instructional coach, which at the time that was me. By June, we upped our progress to 72%, and then the following year, we hit 96% for our state progress scores. So it really does work a great deal. We now, in 2.5 years, have, I believe, team is at 7 instructional coaches now, 6 instructional coaches. So we put a lot of emphasis on supporting the teachers in how to follow the MTSS model. We also, that last one, collaborative teacher teams, we do spend a great amount of time looking at our data to find out how that drives our instruction. And I think that's really, really important. In fact, yesterday, Bree, the coach who's here, and I were having a big discussion on the phone about how doing progress monitoring but not looking at the data is such a huge part of it. Progress monitoring for the sake of progress monitoring doesn't do anything. So anyway, does anybody have any questions? Okay.
Thank you. Good work. I really like to be able to show you all like what you're doing and that it can work and you can have sustainability, and like she mentioned with progress monitoring, that's something that a lot of LEAs say that we're collecting a ton of data, Casey. We're not looking at it. So I was really happy to see that they were able to kind of show what they've been doing and how much progress they've made over the last, 2 years? January 2017, that's awesome. So this is reassuring. I'm going to take a second to show you the Padlet because it's not on this presentation, but I want you to have access to it, so let me bring it up. Let's see. Let me see. No, is this the new one? Oh, that's the old one. Yeah, I want to make sure you know how to access it. Was this right before I left? Did you put it up there?
I did. You got it.
Okay, good. So if you have the Padlet link, you can go either to this website. It's also an app. You can just download Padlet and you should be able to follow the fall UMTSS fall trainings under 2019. If you have any questions, just reach out to me. I'll show you how to access it. And now, sweet, we're going to transition over to Terry. And I'm going to get out of mine. Do you want to pull up the tablet real quick? What's the
tinyurl.com /Y68
Y68 CYRWF?
Yeah.
I want to know how to access it.
Go gadget internet.
Oh, are you connected? Which one are you connected to?
I am connected to the house. I am. Should be. Maybe you need the HTTPS part in the front. I don't know. Which microphones do I need?
You need
These two.
these two.
These aren't.
Yeah, I want to see how you're going to connect it.
All right, are we ready?
Ready.
Ready. I have one person that said ready. I said, are we ready? There we go. That's better. That's more like it. All right, so I am Terry Marks, and as mentioned earlier, I'm a partner on the UMTSS project. I work at the American Institutes for Research. We've been doing some partnership work here in Utah for the past about 5 years. So if you have gone to the UMTSS Canvas modules, how many of you have gone to the Canvas modules, the new ones? Okay, you should know my face and my voice because I am the presenter on all of those modules right now. So hopefully you won't be sick of me by the time that we are done with today. I'm going to be presenting this morning and again this afternoon on a couple different topics. We're going to have a through line that goes throughout the day, talking about the focus of fidelity within our MTSS system. So we're going to just go ahead and jump in and get started. For this morning, our agenda is really to think about fidelity as a requirement for participation in the UMTSS initiative. What we need to look for at our Tier 1 instructional level, our universal kind of core instructional level, what should we be looking for our fidelity there, as well as our school level, and then considerations for feasibility. Because when we talk about fidelity, we can have fidelity to a million different things, right? And teachers can have fidelity to whatever they're doing with their core curriculum, whatever we might be implementing at Tier 2. We have to have fidelity to our team structures. We have to have fidelity of our school-wide practices and expectations. There's a lot that we have to be kind of looking at and monitoring as we think about our implementation. And so we're going to talk through some strategies for feasibility in relationship to our monitoring. Casey, I do want to ask real quick, because I sent you those handouts. Are those up on Padlet too? Uploading them now. So this presentation will go up onto Padlet, but one thing I ask is that you don't go jump ahead. You know, we want this to be interactive, so don't go pulling through the PowerPoint from this morning or this afternoon, because then you're going to miss content, right? There will be a handout that we're going to be using, and that will be up in just a couple minutes, and that is for your team to kind of work together. So we're going to have chunks of different activity time with your teams to kind of talk through some of the different aspects that we'll be going through. That's going to help kind of break up my voice this morning. Okay, so right now with your team, and for those of you online, hopefully you have other members, because we have some of our southern regions are joining online. I want you to think about, have a table discussion around these questions. So what do you already know about fidelity? Who's responsible for monitoring fidelity? What is it? When do we monitor fidelity within our MTSS system? Where do we monitor fidelity? Why does it matter, and how? So that's the who, what, when, where, why, and how of fidelity. Those questions, I want you to be kind of thinking about that right now. So we're just going to take a couple minutes to activate our brains, really think about what this word fidelity means and what we already know about it. So we'll go for just 2 minutes or so. I'll do the 5, 4, 3, 2, 1 when we're coming back together as a group. But go ahead with your team and start to kind of jot down, if you want to, on some paper, or if somebody's kind of taking notes for your team for the meeting, the time period today, start to kind of generate some of your responses to these questions. Okay? Talk. You hear okay? Is the microphone picking up okay for them and everything? Mm-hmm. Okay, perfect.
I'm so sorry. Here's the what we've done is pull the MC that's tonight from our goals at that time. Right. And that's where we grab these elements and first
I think they have a district picture of what that looks like in red.
But she references that as the measure for that. And she said the schools
Well, here's the thing. I mean, the set does go through and say, I get very educated, do all of this, and that's the goal, right? But it's happening more consistently.
I just eavesdropped, sorry.
Do you agree or disagree with that statement? But that's
but the teacher teacher helped create that sign to me. It sounded like she bought into it. Now, this would have been important for the 2-week check to say, okay, initially I thought it was great, but it's not, and here's why. And we could have addressed it more proactively instead of check the document.
Okay, wrap up your conversations. We're going to come back together as a whole group. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Excellent, thank you. So I kind of migrated toward the front of the room because I started to go toward the back and it sounded like I was getting some feedback with the microphone, so I didn't want everybody's ears to go, crazy. But I heard some conversations, some questions even about Granite, when you all presented that you have 74 of your schools that are implementing with Fidelity, kind of the questions about, well, what are we using to monitor that from a large district level, right? And so you referenced the SET as being one of those for our PBIS implementation. Heard some other, kind of conversations happening around this. Were you able to answer each of these, the who, what, when, where, why, and how of Fidelity? No. Didn't have enough time, I know. We always run out of time in these things, but that's okay because your next activity is going to be this handout, okay? And this is this up on Padlet now, Casey? It's going to be in your Padlet momentarily. So what I'll do is I'll explain what this is going to be doing. So what we want you to be thinking about is all of the different areas within our MTSS system, right? So we're thinking about our entire structure. If we are an LEA, we are helping to support all of our core instruction, all of our tier 2 instruction, anything happening at tier 3, and then what we're doing in special education as well, okay? And I know that if you have watched the Canvas modules in the past or heard me speak before or heard anybody from the UMTSS team talk, you'll know that students with disabilities should have access to the supports throughout, so it's not seen as a separate system, it's still a part. But oftentimes what we don't see happening within our special education service delivery is Fidelity monitoring, okay? So be thinking about that as you're kind of having conversations as well. So what we're gonna do is post, this is gonna go up onto Padlet. We're gonna use this throughout the day. So this morning is just to kind of jot down some of the different things that you might already have in place for monitoring Fidelity across these areas. So at the school level, what are you doing to monitor the fidelity of any of your reading instruction, anything that's going on in literacy, anything going on in mathematics, anything that you might be doing behavior? And then that last column, while it's not necessarily a fidelity measure, it is a measure that we should be looking at in relationship to our MTSS implementation, and that's our student outcome data. So what are those data points that we're coming together and looking at periodically as an LEA, as a team, to really think through what is the impact of our implementation with Fidelity on our student data, and how do we see that connection? How are we making that true, okay? So your job is gonna be looking at each of the rows here and just starting to think about what do we already have in place and starting to jot down those things as we're talking. Then as we move throughout the day, I might share some examples of various tools that you could then reference and say, maybe we should look at that for our tier 1 instructional practices. Maybe we should look at that to help us monitor our tier 3. Okay, so we're going to be referencing tools throughout the day that you can then go back and kind of put into this matrix. The thing is, we may not have all this information, right? There may be others in our LEA that are responsible for kind of looking at different domains, or perhaps we're very focused in one area. So Granite's been really focused on PBIS implementation, so they may be able to fill out everything across the board for behavior, but might not have as much in those academic areas because those folks maybe aren't a part of this team currently, right? So you have to kind of think about it within your context and be thinking about how you're gonna kind of fill this out. It's not that you have to have a perfect matrix by the end of the day or by the end of the year even. It's just a thought process just to help you kind of think through what are we already doing, what do we already have in place to monitor fidelity, and then as we move through the day, we're gonna clarify some of those terms, some of the tools, some of what we're doing. So Casey, is it up? Yes. All right, so on your Padlet, so again, that tiny URL that's up on the board. Okay, I know that you're probably still having some conversations about this, this matrix. Let's come back together. We're likely still having some conversations about the matrix, but as I mentioned, we're going to start to go through the content as we go through the day, and you're going to have times to revisit this tool and really think about what you've written down. This is just a way for you to kind of start thinking about what you already have in place. Okay, so we're going to move forward now and really start to define what we mean by fidelity. Okay? Fidelity is not just looking at one thing, like did we deliver this for the minutes that they specified. There are actually 5 elements of fidelity that we should be looking at and considering when we're thinking about implementation. And that does include that adherence, which is how well do we stick to the plan, curriculum, or assessment. Okay, so if our core instruction comes with a fidelity monitoring tool, it's going to tell us the teacher needs to be doing X, Y, and Z during instruction, and then we can go in and look at that instruction and say, yes, in fact, the teacher is doing X, Y, and Z. Maybe that's a fluency practice, maybe it's a whole group lesson, and then some differentiated small group instruction, right? There's also the exposure and duration. So how often does a student receive an intervention or instruction? How long does that intervention or instruction last? So when we're thinking about our practices at our core level, we're wanting to make sure that if we have our reading block or our math block scheduled for 50 minutes a day, 5 days a week, are students actually getting 50 minutes a day, 5 days a week of instruction at the core? Now for small groups, for our tier 2, tier 3, that might be specified a little bit differently by the developer. It may not be 50 minutes, it could be a 30-minute session 3 days a week or something along those lines, right? So really thinking about that exposure and duration. Things like student attendance, teacher attendance, interventionist attendance, all play an impact on whether or not students actually get that exposure duration. Quality of delivery. Huge, huge, huge thing here, right? If I'm standing up in a room and I'm talking like this and I'm saying, hey guys, I want you to monitor the fidelity of your implementation, you're not going to be as engaged as when I'm actually, having a different tone and going around the room and interacting, answering those questions on the fly. So our quality of our delivery does play an impact in the fidelity of our actual implementation. Program specificity is making sure that what we're doing is not redundant. That's what that means. Really looking at across our system, across our core instruction, our tier 2 and our tier 3, are those different enough, right? So that we're not just doing more of core, really targeting some of those areas of need for our students in a specific way at tier 2, tier 3 to help them access the core. So we're not saying that it has to be something completely different. It still should have that connection to whatever the students are learning during core instruction, but we need to make sure that it's different enough to meet their needs. So that's that piece around that program specificity. And then the last piece is student engagement. If our students are not engaged during core instruction, during tier 2 intervention, during tier 3 intervention, how likely are they to respond to that instruction? That's a question, come on.
They're not.
They're not, thank you, Granite. All right, I got my front row, back row folks, I'm gonna get back to you at some point, okay? I'm gonna hear some shout outs from the back row at some point in time. So that student engagement piece is very, very important as we're thinking about the fidelity of implementation. And that goes across our instructional continuum, okay? So this is what we're talking about with fidelity. When I was kind of going around the room, some of the things that I saw on some of the matrices that you were completing already were more about the curricula, the interventions, or the progress monitoring tools that you were using. So be thinking about that. As you completed your matrix already, were you actually looking at what you're doing to see whether or not you're implementing those curricula, those interventions, or those progress monitoring measures, right, with fidelity? So you're looking at all of these different components, or were you just listing what you're doing as a part of your instruction? okay? So as we move through the day, your matrix might change as a result of that. So why is fidelity important? Fidelity is important because it ensures that instruction has been implemented as intended, right? Our curriculum developers, our intervention developers have researched these things. They have gone out and looked across student populations and said, yes, this is effective, yes, this is effective, yes, this is effective. But it's only effective if you implement 5 days a week, 50 minutes per day, right? So thinking about some of those aspects that the research is telling us need to be in place is what we should be looking at when we're thinking about the fidelity of implementation. It also allows us to get a better linkage to actual student outcomes to our instruction. Because we'll know that if we implement this as the researcher developed, as kind of that curriculum was developed, as it was intended, then it's more likely that the student is going to benefit from that instruction than if we didn't implement as intended. And it also helps in the determination of effectiveness and instructional decision making. So as our teams at the LEA level are meeting, as we're meeting as school level teams and we're looking at our data across maybe our DIBELS progress monitoring, and we're seeing that there are a lot of students that are flagging as in the yellow or in the red, right, as in need of more support, that might tell us that we actually have to do more at our core level to ensure that we're monitoring our fidelity of our instruction and making sure that we're addressing student needs relative to that, okay? So not just jumping to all of our students need intervention right away, but what do we need to fix in core? And that could include, we need to make sure that we're not pulling time for, fire drills and for assemblies and those sorts of things on such a frequent basis. I'm not saying that's just one example, right? But really thinking about, are we making sure to hold instruction time as critically needed for our students? We're holding that time as precious time for our students. UMTSS, you're all involved in this grant, right? So these are the critical components of UMTSS implementation. High quality instruction, database decision making, team-based problem solving, equitable education for each student, college and career readiness, proactive school climate and structure, parent and community involvement, and supportive leadership, okay? These are the critical components of what we need to have in place to ensure that MTSS is going to be successful in our system and within Utah. You all have the practice profile, right? Right? Yes. Okay, thank you. You are much quieter than some of the groups that I was just in with Maryland, okay? So I want Utah to beat Maryland, so I'm gonna need more from you, just so you know. All right, so you have your MTSS practice profile. It's gonna address these critical components. The teaming, our alignment of our structures, what communication, visibility, and political support we have for our MTSS implementation, what evidence-based professional development and technical assistance around MTSS we're providing within our LEA, our coaching, and our evaluation of our entire system, right? So that's what the practice profile is measuring. So we're gonna now look at that evaluation domain. And I want you to be reflective of your practice profile and really think about, when we're completing that, are we completing it with these aspects in mind? So I just pulled out some of the numbers, 28 through 33, from that practice profile, the actual profile, not your summary sheet, right? Because you have like just the summary page. So 28 is in consideration for our LEA. We have to be identifying evidence-based tools for measuring fidelity of MTSS implementation at the school level. 29, consistently measures fidelity of implementation of universal Tier 1 practices across academics and behavior. 30, measures fidelity of implementation of targeted Tier 2 and intensive Tier 3 intervention. 31, identifies evidence-based data collection tools for the school to measure student outcomes. 32, reviews quarterly student outcome data as an indicator of instruction. And 33 is when we're consistently using our database decision-making, our 4-step problem-solving process to make decisions using data, including fidelity data. Okay? So how many of you want to go back and redo your scores on the practice profile and really think about, do we encompass all of these different things when we are thinking about putting in our score on that? Are we really monitoring, truly monitoring the fidelity of all of these levels in order to kind of hit that rubric item? Does that make sense? So that's the practice profile. That's what it's asking you to do. So my guess is that they're in all places, and this is even from my experience having worked as an MTSS implementer, right? There were things that we could have improved in our structures and our systems, and if I could go back and do now or use what I know now to go back and change what our practices were, I would be looking at more of these features. I would really be looking at monitoring some of those things more effectively across our systems. All right, we're going to get to our core. Our core is where our strength is, okay? That's that picture, right? They all have a stronger core than I do. I can guarantee that. All of them. Just saying. Utah Effective Teaching Standards are going to help us to kind of frame what our educators should be putting into place in core instruction and throughout the educational system. There's the standards 1, 2, and 3 focused on learner development, learning differences, and learning environments. And that's going to help us to make sure that we're understanding our student population when we're selecting our curricula at that core level, when we're thinking about how we're going to universally design, differentiate, and scaffold our instruction for specific learners in our classrooms. It's going to help us to really ensure that we are putting into place those proactive school climate structures, our classroom expectations aligned to those school-wide expectations, making sure that we are taking all of that into consideration. There are standards specific in Utah to instructional practice. That's going to be standard 4 on content knowledge. Our educators have to be knowledgeable in the content in which they're teaching, right? And we'll talk about why that's important in just a minute. Standard 5 is about assessment, and not just delivering assessment, right? But being able to take that assessment information and be reflective in our instructional practice, modify our instruction along the way, adapt our instruction along the way to better meet our students' needs. And standards 6 and 7 is about instructional planning and instructional strategies. So are our teachers able to thoughtfully plan instruction for their learners that are in their classroom, and what strategies are they using to ensure that they are addressing those students' needs? The connection to the UX is really, really important for us to make, especially as we're thinking about that high quality instruction domain as a critical component for UMTSS implementation. This is the goal of Tier 1. Tier 1, we should be implementing a high quality core curriculum, okay? Not piecemeal, not something that we are pulling together on the fly. We should have a strong core curriculum in place. We should be also, as educators, understanding the gaps in alignment of our core curriculum. There's no perfect curriculum in this world, okay? So we're going to have to be knowledgeable about some of those areas of gaps and some of those areas where we may need to align better to our standards. Adjusting our scope, sequence, and pacing for standards alignment, making sure that we're having that brisk pace and we're not getting to the end of the year and haven't covered 2 units. Right? And so we need to make sure that we are kind of following that scope and sequence as we go through, because what happens if students at the end of the year don't have 2 units worth of instruction? They have foundational deficits in those 2 units worth of content that they're now taking with them to the next grade. So we need to make sure that as we are the supportive leadership, this group right here, we're being thoughtful with our educators on how do we get through this curriculum in an important way? How do we make sure that we are actually taking into consideration that scope and sequence and being planful around it throughout the school year? We need to ensure that our instruction, so those other parts were more about our curriculum and our standards, right? Now we need to make sure our instruction is culturally responsive, universally designed, differentiated, and scaffolded for all of the learners in front of us. That's a lot. right? So as an educator, as a teacher, we're told here's a curriculum that you have to use. That's a tool that we have. Now we need to make sure that we're looking at our curriculum in light of the students that are in front of us, and we're saying, okay, I might be able to add an additional example that's going to pull in some of those foundational areas that this entire group of students really support with. Okay? Or I might need to pull in some examples from a particular background because those are the students that are sitting in front of me. Okay? Ensuring all classrooms have strong structures and routines so that all students understand the expectations and are engaged in learning. So we talked about that student engagement piece. And then the last piece here is making sure that all of our educators and staff feel safe and respected. I included staff in there, right? Because we need to make sure that our teachers feel like they are safe, respected, and valued members of our educational community. The picture off to the right is of utopia. This is where we dream we can be, right? We want all of these things, teachers want all of these things, but we may not be there yet. So we really need to be thinking about what is the goal of our core instruction, what is the goal for our general educators in partnership with our special educators, in partnership with our related service providers and other interventionists and other specialists that we have in our building to make this the reality, okay? So now what I want you to be thinking about is some chat time with your team, the current status of your Tier 1 universal practices, thinking about this utopia, all of the things listed on this slide, across your LEA, or if you're a large district or charter network, if you're a smaller LEA or a school level team, you might just think about it at that level, across grade levels and across individual classrooms, okay? So just some time to percolate, just some time to reflect on what's happening with your team right now, the current status, what you think is currently happening in your core, okay? We'll give it a couple minutes for that dialogue to happen. Oh, look at you pulling up the UX over here. Oh, you don't follow the UX? No?
There's, I mean, it's obviously similar stuff. They're aligned, right? But they're just a little bit different.
Huh.
So it's just a little bit different.
You know, well, you are special. You are special.
Like that, or are you talking about the math?
Make an announcement that if they can't act on time patterns down some of the presentations should be. And they're like, okay, so we're going to help them out.
Okay. I've seen a couple people have it up, so they're getting there. Yeah. So they might need a download. Okay. Good.
Good stuff.
Huh?
Good stuff.
Okay, good, yeah.
Thanks for that clarification. My team was confused about
The school-wide or tier one?
Yeah. What? Well, they were just. Well, I mean, the questions they're asking.
Yeah.
Is basically how little they know about. You know what I'm saying?
Well, that was even like why I said what I said after. Like I saw some of yours and you're putting down what you're doing as far as like your instruction, your curriculum, or your progress monitoring, your measures, but not fidelity. So
it's so needed. It's so like. This year I got served. I was like, you guys are not measuring instruction well at all. Like, yeah, I think it's, and because I do a lot of we do a lot of tier 1, tier 2 work with the behavior response support team. I'm with them. It's like, and it's tragic because they keep because we keep asking for like, you need help with our SST team, our student study teams. It's like, no,
you need core.
We've got 50% of our, like, they're getting on our school tier 1 like PBS instruction measure. They're at about like these teachers like at 50%. I'm like, this is a core issue.
Yeah. Yeah.
This is not
Not a tier 2. It's not these students in need of intervention.
But I don't know how have your districts done this, because what's happening here is it's a union issue. We can't tell so-and-so that her tier 1 instructor, I was like, what? You can't tell. You can't give teachers feedback?
Yeah.
I mean, that's basically what we're hearing. You can't give teachers, I'm like, what are you talking about?
We experienced that in a couple of places. Actually, when I worked in Chicago Public. So when I worked in Chicago Public, like I was told, even as a related service provider, like just going in as a peer, I was not able to document anything about the teacher's instruction because it could be used against them in evaluation. And I was like, if it's to improve their practice and they come to me asking for help, I'm going to do it. I'm not going to write it down. Maybe I have a sidebar conversation with them. So how do we leverage those peer relationships? I think is another piece. Like it can get really dicey and tricky with unions, but like, are we going to let unions run in the way of what we know works? Like,
no, I'm like, well, the principal has to evaluate them. That is part of the thing. It's like, well, if they're not willing to let so-and-so instructional coach provide the same kind of instruction, it's like, fine. Then I guess the principal will go do it. But it's just so, I don't know. It's my biggest, having spent a lot of time in gen ed classrooms, it's like, it is our biggest weakness.
Yeah. Oh yeah, I think it's across the board. I think it's nationwide.
Is it? And I think a lot of it too is, I don't know how it is in other states, but the huge teacher shortage here, we're basically having warm bodies in here without degrees and certificates.
I think it's partially that, and I think it's partially a misinterpretation of RTI and MTSS.
What do you mean by that?
So they use their data to identify students in need of intervention. They skip the step of examining their core.
I had never thought of it like that.
And so I've seen
That is so true.
I've seen, I actually think PBIS implementation does it better than academic side of things.
I don't know. Not really, because PBIS, they just got into the classroom in the last, 5 years?
But I think about when we were doing school-wide, we were looking across grades for patterns and saying, how can we improve, this teacher needs some cool tools before resource.
But they weren't looking about how that one teacher in his or her classroom are doing
That's true.
classroom instruction. That's the part
true.
they missed. And there's a whole generation of schools who got training that Tier 1 didn't include classroom.
Yep, that's true. I agree with that. I agree with that. Leanne, let's just go change the world.
I'm ready, Terry. All right. Take it on.
We'll get a grant. We'll just do it.
Lots of laughs.
We just have to be better at the accountability piece, which makes it fall into fidelity. When we are doing that,
I like that.
we're like,
I like that.
it's not getting the diversity that we have within our district now. And that's really incredible. And then
I'm going to steal this agenda so I have one up front. Sorry. Thank Okay, let's come back together. In 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. So you've had this conversation about what is the current status of our Tier 1. The question we really need to be thinking about is, how do we know? Right? How do we know that these conversations that we're having are actually the conversations that are the correct conversations, right? And so thinking about this, I'm not going to play this video because we're running out of time, but this is a video that you can watch. It's about baking bread, okay? It's about baking bread. So the secret ingredient to baking bread is time. okay? The secret ingredient to baking bread is time. That gluten, and I'm sorry for any of you that can't enjoy gluten, I'm sure you're bummed about that too, but that gluten needs time to come together, to really form, to make sure that it's getting glutinous enough that we can manipulate it and then bake this perfectly beautiful loaf of bread or make this perfectly beautiful pizza dough, whatever it is. And so there's various techniques, and I can attest to this because my stepdaughter is learning how to bake. And she decided that she was going to look at a recipe, make the recipe, but skip the step about allowing the dough to rise when she was making cinnamon buns. Thank you, Malia. You understand, okay? You bake bread, so you know, so you're laughing, right? So she decided that she was going to skip the step of allowing that bread to rise, for that dough to rise before she made her cinnamon buns. They were hard as a rock, okay? You could take them and throw them like a baseball and probably crush it out of the park. It was that hard. So when you're thinking about those different things, we also need to be thinking about what is the secret ingredient of our core success. It may not be time in the same way that it is for baking bread or making a dough, but our secret ingredient is really making sure that we're looking at all of the components, right? That curricular recipe that we have to have in place, that instructional recipe that we have to have in place to really make sure that we are getting to our successful core. These are some factors, and this is from a recent study, well, 5 years ago, 2014. But thinking about some factors that impact implementation fidelity are teacher characteristics. So self-confidence and enthusiasm lead to increased fidelity. When I'm confident in what I'm doing, I'm going to be more likely to implement it with fidelity than somebody who's not as confident in what they're doing. Our program or curriculum properties, so the complexity of the program. If it's a simple program, here's 2 to 3 things that you need to do every day, we're more likely to hit those 2 to 3 things. But if we're then throwing in this and throwing in that, right, the complexity becomes another factor that may impede our actual fidelity of implementation. Teacher training. One of the things in the study was looking at teachers really want detailed and clear instructions during training, followed by observations, right? So if I just talk to you all about here's what fidelity is, and then I didn't give you tools or didn't give you guidance or time to talk, and we didn't follow that with our coaching support, you probably would be like, that was a wasted time, a wasted effort on our part. Teachers feel that way too, and oftentimes what happens is we give them a new curriculum and say, implement this new curriculum. Here's 1 day or 2 days of professional development that you're going to receive, and then you have to figure it out maybe with your grade level team, if you're lucky, right? Institutional features. So this goes back to our supportive leadership, our structures that we have in place. So the openness of our organization, of our LEA, of our school level to really problem solve around implementation is one of the factors that can influence our fidelity. Our school culture and staff morale. Is this just another thing that's coming down? Is it gonna change in 2 years? Well, I don't wanna do it, you know, because this teacher's not implementing it. Why do I always have to do this? Those factors really come into play when thinking about implementation fidelity. All right, so here's some ways that we can monitor fidelity. Thinking about our core, right? We're thinking about core instruction right now, and here are some different ways that we can monitor fidelity. And I realize right now we're a little bit over our time, so I'm just gonna go through these next few slides, and then we'll take a break. You will get a break, and we'll move on in our agenda. We're gonna skip one of the pieces, but it's likely things that you're already doing, okay? So monitoring fidelity through self-report. And this can help provide an indicator of our teachers' knowledge as well as some of the context of implementation. So things like questionnaires, surveys, interviews, those are things like you might have a checklist that you provide to the teacher to say, during core instruction, I want you to be doing these things. And then they might have to, check it off. Yes, I did X, Y, and Z. They turn that into their administrator, and they're looking at that and saying, where are our teachers kind of floundering with maybe, across the board, grade level 6 is hitting Y. Why aren't they getting Y? And then considerations for that is it may not be the most reliable, especially if it's our sole measure of fidelity, because self-report is subject to bias, right? A teacher may not want to actually report that, no, I didn't implement this piece, because they think that they might get in trouble for it, right? It's a gotcha, it's something around those. But the other kind of flip side of that is self-report is an efficient method. It's an efficient method. It's something that a teacher can be doing. Hold on. Oops, wrong button. Here we go, because I knew I had this. Pro tip. Here's a pro tip. If we can create a tool that's quick and easy and incentivizes teachers' use, they're more likely to do it. And if we incentivize that use in a way that connects it to formative assessment data, they're more likely to then look at their implementation and think about, how is this connecting to something that I can then use to drive my instruction. So if we're building in pieces into a fidelity monitoring tool that also allow them to capture student formative assessment data on the fly, that might be one way. Example of that, in Rhode Island, where I do a lot of work in math intervention, we gave a fidelity monitoring tool for just number talks implementation, which is a 5-minute, can be a warm-up activity, could be an exit routine, kind of one of those things. We included directly on that form a place for them to capture all of the student responses, and they have the problem listed, so they can go back and say, in this problem type, these were all of the strategies that my students were able to show. They can then revisit a similar problem type later and see if their students have grown, right? It's also a fidelity tool. They're looking at the key implementation features. Did I allow my student talk versus teacher talk? It was just teacher facilitated, student led. Check yes. Was it 5 to 10 minutes? Check yes, right? So they can quickly do the fidelity portion of it, but the more important portion is their use of it as a formative assessment tool as well. We can monitor fidelity through observations, so things like spot checks. We're going to pop into teachers' classrooms on a periodic basis and just go in and observe what's happening. We can do peer or administrator observations. This might be one of the ones that we're thinking about for more of our evaluation purposes, right? So we can include the Utah Teaching Observation Tool, maybe as a method for doing that. Peer coaching. Huge, huge, huge and powerful thing. Empower each other to work in peer coaching networks. Empower them to talk to each other. We have some schools that I've worked with that actually do instructional rounds. So they have a fidelity tool where they're going and observing their peers during instruction. And all that it took from the school level or the LEA was a commitment to provide subs. Okay? Item by item checklists of lesson components and rubrics. That reset tool is a rubric that's looking at explicit instruction principles. So if you're thinking about what do we need to be hitting for explicit instruction, maybe our students need some really strong explicit instruction and concepts that are unfamiliar to them, or some of our students who are struggling with particular concepts may need more explicit instruction depending on the type of approach we're taking in our classroom. So we want to be looking at what those critical components are. It's not that this means that we have to say to a teacher, you didn't follow a script word for word. Teachers still should have autonomy to be flexible in their implementation, but we want to be looking at those critical, essential components. So our pro tip here is that you need to create a culture where observation is the norm and not the exception. If teachers feel like they're just being observed for evaluative purposes only, they're more likely to have a fear association with it, and they'll be less likely to respond to feedback around it. So if we start to embed some of these practices and say we're going to commit to doing instructional rounds using fidelity monitoring tools, that gives you data as a system, but it also gives your teachers information about their actual practices and ways that they can improve. Lastly, we can monitor fidelity through logs, lesson plans, and student work. So this could allow us to see an evaluation of what was done, right? If we're looking at student work, we can look across 5 different students in a classroom, pull a sample of that student work and say, wow, these kids are really not hitting the mark on this. Maybe we need to reteach X component. We can also look at student progress. The thing here, pro tip here, is that we're going to develop a process, or we should develop a process, where grade level teams review student work together. Right? This is empowering our grade level teams, our professional learning communities within our system, for our educators to really work together and say, you know what, let's look across the data and see where we really need to focus our instruction. Maybe we start to observe patterns that our English learners are really struggling with a specific concept. And so across that grade level, we're going to put in an additional scaffold, an additional way to differentiate that instruction for those particular learners, because we've observed, or we've actually looked at our student work and found that that was a common area of need across our student population. This is a way to empower our teachers to do what they were trained to do. Okay? The biggest bang for our monitoring buck, and I'm going to give credit here to Leanne, because when we were going through these slides at one point, she's like, these are things that we need to be doing across general ed, across our tier 1. This is really our biggest bang for our monitoring buck of our fidelity. So if we have to pick something, what should we pick to monitor? We should be picking student engagement. We can be looking at students' opportunities to respond and the frequency of student versus teacher talk. In classrooms, if the teachers are doing all of the talking, they're doing all of the learning. I'll say that again. If teachers are doing all of the talking, they're the ones doing all of the learning. Ratios of positive to negative statements. So making sure that we have those positive statements in place and that we're using them consistently for every single student in our classroom. So even Billy, and who is always making an uproar, right? He's always off task. There's something going on with Billy. We are not quite sure. We're trying to figure him out. We're going to give him more positive statements than negative statements because we want to reinforce his behavior and we want to reinforce that we are here to support him. And then we can also monitor our predictable structures and routines. Looking for those aspects of, do students know what to do when they come into your classroom, how they're going to take notes in your classroom, how they're going to turn in their homework or do whatever those practices, those routines are. Do students at the elementary school level know that I need to get my book bag and I'm going to put this into it first and then I'm going to walk over to here, stand in line? Making sure that we're looking for those features across our grade levels. I think we do a lot of this more at the elementary level and less at kind of the secondary level, and really thinking about monitoring those structures and routines. I can tell you it's one of those things where it's like you're going through. It's even for me today, I'm over time, right? The bell has already rung and I'm still talking. That's what happens at secondary level. So we need to make sure that we have those structures in place. High quality instruction, core instruction is an equity issue. So when we talk about UMTSS implementation and we're talking about all of our learners, these things need to be in place in order to ensure that we are having equitable education for all of our students. Okay? So we're gonna, I think, take a break now, and there is a team chat time, but thinking about some of those tools that you have in place, feel free. We're gonna take about, Casey, how long? 5 minutes or so. I know it's shorter than we allotted for the break, and that's because I talked over the bell. 10? Okay, 10-minute break. You can talk through this. Do your thing.
In 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. I'm gonna hold it because I'm a low speaker. I guess it's my Texas draw. I don't know what that's about. But Terry wanted me to make sure that I talk to you and let you know that we're missing some. We kind of ran out of time of getting into that school level implementation, so you're going to see that on the slide decks. We didn't really get to all of that, but it's still there. You should still be able to access it on the Padlet. Okay, so Cheryl and I are going to kind of go over family engagement. When we met with OSEP and talked about where we are as a state, they really kind of gave us feedback on, hey, you're doing great things in Utah. Can you kind of beef up your family engagement? So I wanted to kind of carve out some time to talk about that, what that looks like, especially as Utah is growing. We were the fastest growing state in 2017, so your demographics are going to change. So we need to talk about some more nuanced things. All right. I put up the Padlet on this presentation so you can kind of know what it looks like. That's what it looks like on your phone. You can access it on websites as well. Okay. We're kind of going to get into the meat of cultural responsiveness and what that looks like within the school setting. I'm going to give you a lot of tools to kind of help as educators in understanding what equity looks like in practice. And I just want to add to your toolbox. Whenever I do sessions around this, understand that this is a safe space, but also it's a brave space, because what we're doing as educators is going to require us to be brave, especially with working with people from different backgrounds and different values and cultures. So I want to give you tools to be able to do that. So, why would I ask? Why does this matter? Why do you think? When you hear cultural responsiveness, what comes to mind? And why is it something that we as educators should even think about in our practice? Yes?
I think it's because education is more effective if you have good relationships, and you can't build a good relationship with somebody unless you're able to respond to them in a way that they can understand and accept.
Yes. A lot of what we do is dealing with social skills and interacting with different people.
It's important to know your audience.
Absolutely.
Absolutely.
Absolutely. Yes?
Yeah, just to add to that, we, our district is a minority-majority district, and our teaching staff does not reflect that. And so it already creates a divide in culturally that we really have to compensate for. And
Absolutely.
That's why we have to have cultural responsiveness throughout all aspects of our administration, teaching, staff, student body.
By show of hands, how many of you felt you had it? When you walked out, you graduated, you're like, yeah, I got this. I understand this completely. I'm gonna see you, because I wanna learn from you. Right? Because it's very nuanced and it changes depending on, and this is move 5 for me, because I married someone in the Air Force. I thought it'd be great to do that. But every time I move, it shifts, my demographic shifts, so I have to relearn and educate myself on, okay, what's the need of this state and what's important? How do you build that rapport and what's important to them? What are their needs? So, I got a video that I want you to kind of take a look at, and I want you to think about your reaction to it and what it makes you think about.
Meet Joe and Gabby. Both grew up in low-income communities, attended the same low-performing high school, graduated with a 3.5 GPA, and are starting their higher education journeys at their local community college. There is one key difference. Joe is white, and Gabby is Latinx. As they begin their studies, they enter an educational system with statistical differences in how students of different races and ethnicities are treated, even those that come from identical socioeconomic backgrounds. The assessment test placed both in developmental English. The counselor recommended that Joe take the Pilot English 101 class with a supplemental learning community, while Gabby stick with the developmental English course, explaining that it's great practice for ESL students. Gabby has been speaking English since birth. Joe loved English 101. Reading books by Tobias Wolff and Jeanette Walls that tackle issues affecting low-income white communities resonated with Joe. Gabby related to some of the assigned essays, but felt that none really spoke about the Latinx experience. This puzzled Gabby. More than half the students in the class are Latinx. Surely the instructor could have chosen some Latinx authors. And to make matters worse, when the class discussed the only essay by a Latinx author, the instructor turned to Gabby and asked, "What do you think, Gabby?" Out of the top 100 texts assigned to English classes at higher education institutions across the country, 88 are by white authors, 10 by black authors, and 1 each by a Native American and Latinx author. Joe felt at home at college. The instructors were supportive. Most were white like Joe, and their educational experiences matched Joe's. But Gabby noticed that most most of the Latinx adults were clerical staff and groundskeepers. Few were on the faculty, administration, or on the walls in portraits. Faculty of color are underrepresented in higher education. Gabby and Joe both showed interest in becoming engineers. But when Gabby expressed that interest, a counselor suggested Gabby look into the HVAC program. The pursuit of STEM degrees disproportionately favors white students. 5 years later, Joe transferred to the flagship state university. Gabby is still at the community college, credits shy of completing a degree. The odds are in Joe's favor. In fall 2016, UC Berkeley, for example, admitted 1,138 white and 713 Latinx transfer students from the California community colleges. At the Center for Urban Education, our research shows that the disparity in their college experiences are manifestations of institutionalized racism. We have found that higher education's mission to provide all students with equal educational opportunity is often stymied by taking for granted, presumably race-neutral policies and practices that in reality confer unearned advantages to white students like Joe and compound disadvantages for racially minoritized students like Gabby. Left unexamined, these policies and practices perpetuate racial inequities. Using the methods of critical action research and critical inquiry, we have college practitioners identify areas of racial inequity on their campus, uncover how institutionalized racism is embedded in college policies and practices, recognize racialized patterns in their actions towards students, and remediate policies and practices in order to close equity gaps. Our work empowers practitioners to become equity-minded change agents who have the critical consciousness, will, and know-how to combat institutionalized racism and bring about racial equity.
So what are your thoughts? What are your immediate reactions? Anyone surprised? No? Yes?
My reaction to your question was, most of us are white here and we're afraid to respond.
Which I expect, right? I do. Yes?
Okay, so I'm bothered by a statement, and it's just, I get that it's the way, but it just seems weird. So when you're Latin, and in Spanish you have female and male, and I get perhaps that the Latinx statement is to try to
gender neutral.
Yeah, create a gender neutral statement, but I'm like, that's not what you do in Spanish, so it's done for the benefit of someone else, not for the actual community.
I think you're getting to, yes, they want it to be gender neutral, but I think they're thinking more about transgender. If you're fluid, if you're non-binary, Latinx is supposed to encompass all of that.
And so why don't they do that with white students?
With the white students? Good question.
I mean,
not my video.
No,
but a good question.
Right?
No, I know. You're like,
So
well, why is it not consistent?
Latinx. Am I Latinx? Who's Latinx?
Yes, we are Latinx now. That's our new name.
Yeah, and I'm like,
Yeah.
who puts these names on people?
Not us. No.
Anyway.
I like going by Casey Dupart, but that's just me. Good points. Well, I like the discussion. I like us to be able to have these conversations because they're helpful, because it really kind of cuts through what we do every day. It's the stuff that's usually not politically correct, and it's usually not, it's usually taboo. And like you mentioned, like, I don't know how to have this conversation. There's a black lady up there. She might feel some type of way if I say some things, right? So when I talk about privilege, because we hear this a lot, it's a part of our current consciousness, right? At least within the US. What comes to mind? Middle class. I think of access. I think of power, opportunities, right? So what is it? When I'm talking about privilege, when I look at a lot of the research, it's talking more about unearned advantages that are highly valued but restricted. And the examples I like to pull out are, for example, being born into a wealthy family gives you a lot of privilege to education, good health care, you have a lot more flexibility, mobility. You know, those people like, I'm gonna just go after high school and go to Europe and live my best life. And you're like, that's great that you get to do that. I'm over here figuring out scholarships, good for you. Being able to walk into a store without suspicion. When I moved to Utah, the first week I got here and I was like, oh, okay, I'm going to Utah. And I drove to my little house in Sugar House. I was followed by a police officer. And I was like, welcome to Utah. But understanding that there is a privilege that comes with what you look like, right? Skin, how you dress, hair length. Depending on the regions of the US, I always get a nice little introduction into what is acceptable here, what's not acceptable there. It's interesting stuff. Unearned disadvantages. Unearned entitlements that are of value, that all people should have, but are often restricted. And these are usually created by the majority culture. There was a great question in the back about the Latinx, like who makes these decisions? Those who have the most power, typically. This is the hierarchy, and I'm gonna explain what it is, but I want you to look at it. And I want you to think about it in terms of you, those you know, your peers, and more importantly, your students that you support. And your families as well. The hierarchy does a great job, and I was able to go to a conference where the specialist was able to speak to this. And it really helped me because I feel like within the US and the West, we usually talk about privilege in terms of race. But this is incredibly nuanced because it talks about not just your race, but your religion, if you're able-bodied, if you're attractive, if you're upper and middle class, if you are LGBTQ, if you're unattractive, if you're dark. And I put this up because I really want us to understand that it's a bigger picture. You got to zoom out a lot to understand this and see how it impacts your families when they're coming in and they're meeting with you and how welcome they feel at your settings. Even your teachers. I've had teachers come to me like, I just don't feel like I fit in with this setting. What I would like us to do, and this is when I say, okay, be brave. You need to be mindful of your fragility. And this is what I mean by this. Because when anytime I have these trainings, there's an immediate reaction of, there's a defensiveness sometimes. And you're questioning me. I'm a good person, Casey. I donate. Right? I am, amen, right? I am so woke. The wokest. And my challenge is you won't ever be the wokest. It's always gonna change. If you've been around education, if you've been on this earth long enough, you're like, I thought I knew so much, and then I realized so little. And one of my colleagues hates when I say this, but I'm like, you're gonna die not knowing a ton of things. So add some humility onto that plate. And this is the biggest challenge for those of us who benefit from privilege. Because if you have access, if you have power, it's hard to recognize it. It's kind of like telling a fish that it's in water. The same thing with us, like, oh, when you learn about air, you're like, I just been living and, cartwheeling and up, running, and now there's air around me. That's the same thing with privilege. One of my best friends, he struggles with this, and he's just like, I just don't see how it's connected. I'm like, just because you don't see it doesn't mean it's not there. Usually because when you don't see it, it's usually because you're benefiting. That's the hard part, right? And I know that. I'm sitting in front of you. I work at USPE, have too many letters behind my name. There's a lot of privilege that comes with that, and there's a lot of power, too. And that's something that we as educators have to kind of be in tune with. In everything we do, My superintendent, Dr. Dixon, says this a lot, is that we should really be anchored in equity. And what I like about this graphic is that it really demonstrates what equality versus equity looks like. So I feel like we often use these terms interchangeably, and they mean different things. So let's break it down. Equality, it's kind of like our 1980s, 90s PC USA, just like, oh yeah, equality for everybody. It's treating people the same way, right? Equity is, it's kind of like specially designed instruction. You're going to support them depending on what they need. That's what equity is about. Does that make sense? So it's not going to look the same depending on. Yes?
Okay, so I have to say something again. This is something that I think has, for me, really been able to come to life within my own family and having nephews and watching my sister, who's phenomenal, trying to treat them all the same because I'm going to be, treating my children all the same, and then learning quickly that that wasn't effective or helping them in much. And she had to adjust all that. And I think that's an easy example because the majority of people here have children and you don't treat every single one the same.
No, you don't.
You treat them based on their, this child is more emotional, this child is, whatever it is, you adjust to it. And in our classrooms, that's exactly the same thing. Not every child needs the same exact thing, but every child needs that individuality. It could just be the way you speak to them. It could be your smile. It could be, walking up to them in the morning and making sure they know, they're there. Another child might not care, but one really may make a big difference for them. So I think this is something that is not just in education, it's life-wide.
Yes, yes. And that's what I recognize. Very good point. And I see it more in everything I do as I get older, as I move around. It's a big piece of our cultural consciousness as a country is figuring out how to support those students and those families that we are obligated to, because it's going to look different. Equality really isn't enough to combat, honestly, years of systematic oppression and poverty and disproportionality. It's just not. And we live in a world that, you have all these people with all these different talents, but we don't equally distribute opportunity. And I'm sure some of you have seen that, within your own lives. Who has access, who gets to go on, who gets multiple chances to make mistakes. With cultural responsiveness, what I looked at the research is that you'll see a lot of disengagement, alienation, and truancy if you're not addressing the students. Like you said, with appealing to your audience. If your students and your families don't see themselves within your settings, you won't be that impactful, and they won't see themselves. And I've sat at those IEP meetings where parents will tell me, I appreciate that you see me, and that you're making recommendations that I can actually do. Thank you for that, because I've had mothers tell me, I've sat in these meetings for years and I feel like y'all are all robots. And that was eye-opening for me. So what can you realistically do in practice? You really got to understand the institutionalized culture that of your setting. Like I said, every time I move around, I have to educate myself, and I know it's hard. And you're like, who has time for that, Casey? None of us, no. But it will improve your outcomes. Understanding the history of your settings, understanding the relationships, and having that capacity for self-assessment. Like I said, adding that humility onto your plate, having that active self-reflection. We all make mistakes. I make mistakes. But being able to grow and learn from that and be able to say, okay, how do I problem solve this? Maybe that was a poor judgment call there. Let's improve that. understanding the dynamics of when cultures interact, just knowing the population that you serve and how you have to tailor how you address and put policies into place for them. Be very careful with things like sometimes we're just very quick to, oh yeah, let's translate this document, and it doesn't really, it's not as impactful as it could be. Have we really taken the time to make sure that, is this what they need? Is this a context that they understand? Also too, with putting out handouts and things for parents, be mindful of the level of education needed. You also want to develop adaptations that reflect an understanding. You really want to make sure that from year to year, it's going to change, your population is going to change, so you want to make sure that you're modifying just like you would with an intervention from year to year for your population, for your students, for your families, for your staff. Within practice, the things I pulled that really stuck out to me was these 5 things, but definitely understanding that you want to build relationships between home and school experiences. You really want to take the time, and that's kind of the feedback I got from OSEP was, hey, are you really, with this grant, making sure that your LEAs understand how to bridge those relationships with families? Like, you want to make it to where it's not just staying within the school setting. You want to generalize these interventions and these strategies across settings. You want to build community partnerships. You want to make sure that it's not just ending and beginning with you as the school. You want to also empower. There was a great comment talking about that for students. Empowering your kids. It's simple things that we don't think about. And I know for me, whenever I'm traveling around, you know, you get busy, you get into your routine, but I had a little girl who was honestly surprised that I existed. Like, I think she thought I was a ghost because she kind of like reached out like that. But understanding that it was praise, having posters up of different types of people in the building, having parents feel welcomed. I have an LEA that does a really good job with that because parents know and they'll tell you, like, this is one of my favorite schools because people here really go out of their way to know my name, know my spouse's name, know my kids. I feel welcomed here. I feel I can relate here in a way that I've never been able to, and it goes a long way. I really feel that sometimes we forget that human piece because we're busy, and I get that. But it goes a long way in developing those relationships, improving your outcomes, and making your school feel less of a building and more like a place, like it's a community, because it can feel very cold. So I want you to take a moment and think about what strategies stick out to you. What do you need to improve? Talk with your teams, and we'll come back together, and I'll give us 2 minutes.
I really hope people are soaking this in, because what you're saying is like, yes, but what really creates change? Like, what is really going to be the needle to make people actually do stuff?
And you can't wait for the people of color to do it for you.
No, you can't. And it's like, I'm like chuckling / annoyed that we're the two that are, you know, family engagement, MTSS, you know, behavior, things like that, like, But anyway, very, very good.
I made people like, the world I would like to live in doesn't exist. So I'm going to have to do it. Yeah. We're the business see it the most, and I feel like our communities are
the most, right.
So I'm like, well, I guess it will be me. Because I was like, this training is happening. No, we're doing it.
But they're quiet, they're listening. Am I next after this pause? I can't remember.
I have like one slide.
Okay.
It's the progression of cultural response.
Oh, yes. Yeah, I remember.
Would you mind to put back to the previous slide so we can discuss those points? Thank you.
Yes, you're right. give them enough? Was Heidi okay with going
Yeah,
later?
she did say that.
Okay, cool.
The goal is to get them out at 11:30 then, right?
Yeah.
All right. Okay.
No, that's how I feel.
We'll get there. I just have to like kind of go through a little bit.
She didn't finish until, we didn't start until 40.
No, we don't.
Oh yeah, that was a big chunk of our time to take.
Yeah. That's what I was saying when we started. It's like, we still have the same amount of time.
Yeah.
I will do my very best though.
No, we go over. Because she went over like 30 minutes. So I'm gonna have to, we can push it back, push the lunch back, and then I'm gonna have to take from her again. Like you can't, it was a full day. Okay, friends, let's come back in 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1. I like the conversations I'm seeing, and I wish I could give you more time, but I don't have it. So what are we thinking?
Yeah, he didn't want to say it.
What do we need to improve? What sticks out to you? Anything that you were surprised by? I love doing this one. Everyone gets so quiet during this one. You haven't? Okay. Ow, don't apologize.
Switch it just, I can't talk a lot about things that are passionate about it. So,
Wait, hold on. Our friends are being a little disconcerting. We can wait.
Can we give her the mic so that people online can hear?
Sure.
Me?
Oh, I talk so loud. You want to talk so much.
All right, go ahead.
I got the mic.
I know, that's terrible. So I just wanted to share a little, at Guadalupe Charter, which is where we're from. This is a topic that many times we don't even stop to talk about because of our demographics, our students, in the sense that we're all very focused on the demographics we have, right? We have over 90% of our students are low income or Title I. Majority of our students speak Spanish as a primary language. So the one thing that I really love is the fact that this is a group effort to all of us feel involved and have our families involved. And our families do. They come in and it doesn't matter what language they speak. When they come through the door, they could speak to any one of us and get that support. And so we get a lot of husbands and you know, wives and children that come and talk, and we're talking to them all the time. I just want to share just a quick moment. Our parent-teacher conference was on the 1st, and we tend to average about 96% participation. And again, we did it above 96 this time because our parents are so involved. And I think that's a huge effort for individuals that are not accustomed to thinking that way. I grew up in Jersey, and I would never think that this is a conversation we would have to teach anyone. Does that make sense? Because it's just how it is. But here in Utah, I've recognized that this is something that has to actually be brought up to discuss. And people actually have to have a desire to learn, which is interesting to me.
Yeah. Every environment's different. Yes, Heidi.
I was just going to ask, what are some things that you do at your school that other people could hear from that get such high parent involvement for something like parent-teacher conference? My thought is you guys probably have to think outside of the box a little bit on how to involve parents. Do you have 1 or 2 strategies you could share with the rest of the group that you think really impact that involvement?
Sure, we have what we call, we have what we call our PIC meetings, our Parent Involvement Committee meetings monthly. And we have one in the morning, we have one in the afternoon. It's an opportunity for parents to come in and really know what's happening in the school and share their opinions. And we have a very active group of parents that come. And they ask all sorts of questions and all sorts of things. And that's a time when I get to spend with them to go over everything from what a RISE or summative test looks like, what are we doing, how to prepare students. So that's one thing that works really well. The other thing I think that we do well and we're excited about is everything is in both languages. So all the documentation that we have for parents comes in English and Spanish. And that's an effort to the ladies in the front office who do a lot of that translating. Whether it's a note from a teacher, whether whether it's results from a test, whatever it is, it's in both languages, so that parents are able to come in and speak about whatever they need to.
Thank you. Awesome. I've seen a good model at an LEA where the principal's like, I don't think the parents understand the special education process. So she created this cool little flip book, which I was like, that's awesome, because I was thinking, oh yeah, you give them a handout and you translate it. She was like, no, I need something way lower than that. And that was powerful for parents. Yes, Emily.
So I know like a lot of what we've been talking about is ethnic diversity, but there's other kinds of diversity too to be aware of. And one thing that we were just chatting about is in our district, and I know this happens in other districts too, but there's one way to have families be more involved is to do like moms and muffins or dads and donut mornings or whatever. And I think we all know students who don't have both or either for that matter. And so I would really recommend different. I regularly inviting guardians or parents in or grandparents, but something different would be much more inclusive to all families. And that would be a strategy that I'd recommend thinking about in your schools.
Good point. I like that a lot. As I see it here, I'm coming to you. All right.
So I'm a social worker, and I'm over I coordinate the social work services in Grant District. And one of the first things I ask my social workers to do is to take the new teachers out into the community and go their community. Walk it, drive it, feel what their students feel as they go through it, understand where they would feel uncomfortable or what's going on, because they have to know as we go through this, their kids have barriers just getting to school, and we have to understand those barriers. So if you don't understand what the system is that your kids have to come through to get to school, you know, the other nice thing is a lot of our schools that are Title I are now doing this home visit, and I'm a proponent of home visits. I think you learn more in the home of somebody than you will ever learn when they come to you. And if you want them to come to you, go to them first, because when you go to them, you are setting the precedence of how important they are to you. And I think when we do that, we change the dynamic of accepting and having that school engagement piece, because you can't just say, well, it's on the parents or this. What's our efforts? What's our efforts towards those parents?
Great point. I did, as a school psychologist, I did home visits as well, and I had to learn. It was very humbling for me because I had a student that wasn't coming to school, and I went with the principal to see what was going on, and I realized that the student was afraid because he was from Mexico that his mother would be deported. And my grandparents are from Mexico as well, so I know that feeling. And I completely didn't even think about it. And I was like, why don't you want to come to school? He's like, I don't want to come home and she's not here. So I want us to remember that cultural competence and responsiveness is probably going to change names again in 10 years. But it's a developmental progression. So I want to let you know what that looks like. Moving from cultural destructiveness to cultural responsiveness and what happens at each stage. And it's very important that, because I know a lot of us are like, it's not intentional, and I'm unbiased. Remember my woke people, you know who you are. But realizing your own weaknesses and adapting. Again, always adapting and growing and being willing to learn. And I think our work, the field of education, social work, psychology, we're all trying to understand how to adapt to this and update our policies around this. And I think that is it for me, and I'm going to transition over to Cheryl.
Can you hear me? Good morning. Good morning. I am Cheryl Ellsworth, and I am, first of all, so happy to be Casey's colleague. I haven't been to any of her trainings, but I was sitting here and I was like, yay, yes, this is so exciting. I was also sitting here listening to some of your responses, and I was so excited to hear a couple of things. I was the person who brought the home visits to Utah, and to hear that there are other people besides the Title I directors or special education directors talking about this makes me so excited. I was also chatting with some of my friends about this Katina Latinx idea, and I was like, why are we using that? And I was speaking with a friend, and she said, because Spanish, is a gendered language, there's this idea, right, for those who may not identify with one gender. But I also learned that older communities aren't liking the X, but the younger communities are. So that's why and so I'm just listening to all these things, and I love the conversations that are happening. So my job is to literally go around this state and promote family and community engagement. I grew up in Virginia, and I feel like I know Utah geographically better than I know my own state. Just because when you go in a week to Richfield and Box Elder and Cedar City and Paiute, you're like, wow, I really know this state a lot. And I know the small communities, the larger communities, but a lot like Casey, there are a lot of things that I had to learn. Being here as a resident, I went to college here, but a college experience is very different than living here. And I've started to learn how families feel in our schools. And the reason I know how they feel and how they, what their experiences are is because I've listened to them. I've done observations, focus groups, empathy interviews. I've sat in spaces where schools don't know that I'm there, at family events, and I'm seeing who is actually being engaged, who's coming, who's being spoken to. Those are the things that I have to track to help me to understand why families might feel welcomed and valued in our schools. So my goal with you today is to give you some tools to maybe think about how you can take your ideas that you've started to dig into today and really incorporate this idea that family engagement is not an add-on. It's not a nice to have. It's a part of teaching and learning. And it's not like that you have this family engagement coordinator at the Family Engagement Center and every family problem goes to that person. It's that we're all taking these ideas that our families are saying and incorporating it in our classrooms, in our work as social workers, in our work in whatever capacity we're in. Is this the next button right here? Okay, thanks. I don't even know how to use this. So what do we mean when we say family engagement? I'm currently working on a definition that as a state we are creating. But the only way that I'm going to be able to create that is to ask different people in different venues about family engagement. And so currently we're using a definition outside of the state of Connecticut. Ann Henderson and Judy Carson, very similar to what I've been doing in the state, just going around their state asking what does family engagement mean to families, to teachers, to students, to all kinds of stakeholders. And this is what they've gotten. Family engagement is a full, equal, and equitable partnership among families, educators, and community partners to promote children's learning and development from birth through college and career. I just wanted to ask you, what sticks out to you about that definition of family and community engagement?
It's a partnership.
Okay, tell me more.
Well, I think a lot of times in schools we want to just give our parents information.
Yep.
We want them to just do what we want them to do.
Yep.
But it should be going both ways.
So a partnership means that it would be both ways?
Both ways, yeah.
Okay. Anything else sticks out?
Birth, like from a young age.
Oh yeah. I mean, and so we're seeing a lot of good things coming out of the Head Start world. But that transition into kindergarten gets a little murky, gets even more rocky once we get into secondary. So we're trying to recognize, how do we really do a great continuum of family engagement from birth to college and career readiness, right? Any other thoughts? One more thought about this definition of family and community engagement.
The word full.
Full, and then I'll get you. Full, okay. To you, what does full mean?
I mean, it's like, it's all encompassing.
Right.
To me, would be the word full. But I don't think we're there.
And to me, just to add on that, to full, I think it's really accepting the kind of engagement our families are willing to be able to do. Whether it is that families are coming into schools flustered and frustrated, that we're not denying them, that we're accepting them in whatever way they're coming into before, because a lot of people are coming without the full information, and they're coming at a very level 10, and you're like, okay, I'm just trying to figure out what's going on, right? And so sometimes we stop families from feeling welcomed in the community because of that. So full means accepting families in whatever way. Yes?
Amen.
Okay, great. We will go with that. All right, so we have a video. This is from UMTSS and family engagement, and just connecting the two work together, or both of our work together. Oh, sorry. Do I need to pull it over? I think I do. Okay.
I'm principal at Orchard School. I'd like to tell you a bit about a few of our students and how all of us at Orchard support them through their educational journey. I'd like you to meet Vincent, Serena, and Michael. Vincent is doing well in school. He's getting good grades, and his teachers don't have any concerns at this time. Serena, according to her math teacher, has started to struggle with mathematics, especially word problems and algebra, but otherwise, she's on track. Michael has a specific learning disability in the area of reading.
I think I can get done
special education services
by 11:45.
As the principal, here's how I work with our school team and parents.
12:45. Okay.
To best meet the needs of Vincent, Serena, and Michael, along with all the other students at Orchard. At Orchard, we use a framework called a multi-tiered system of supports, or MTSS. MTSS is a data-driven framework that layers academic, behavioral, and social-emotional supports to ensure all students succeed. MTSS provides tiered or layered supports that start with a strong foundation. All students receive strong, universal academic and behavioral instruction. Vincent, Serena, and Michael included. Even with strong universal instruction, some students like Serena and Michael need targeted instruction support to be successful. Even with strong universal instruction and targeted support, a few students like Michael will need even more intensive support to be successful. What's important to point out is that the tiers do not refer to places in a school building, but rather to the supports provided. Additionally, a student may only require targeted or intensive supports in one area, but not another. So thinking about Serena, her teacher had concerns in math, so in addition to her regular classroom instruction, she might be a part of a small group math intervention, but not in other subjects like English or social studies. I just talked about the tiers of supports we provide to students, but as I mentioned in the definition of MTSS, it's data-driven. At every tier, we bring together a team to review multiple sources of data to answer the following question. Is what we're doing working? At the universal level, we are answering this question about the school-wide population's performance during the academic and behavioral instruction. At the targeted level, we are answering this question about small groups of students receiving the same type of support. At the intensive level, we are answering this question about individual student performance. As As we increase instruction and intervention across the tiers, we also increase the frequency of the assessments used. This allows us to make more timely decisions about changes needed to our instruction, or to help us determine if a student continues to require the same level of support, or needs less or more intensive supports. Vincent, Serena, and Michael, no matter their ability, are provided the level of support they need because we at Orchard have invested in MTSS. We hope that you will join us in our journey to provide the best educational experience we can to all of our students. I hope I can get back. To learn more about this process, please visit Utah's website about MTSS. Yeah, seriously.
Okay, hopefully this is still working. I don't know what to do. Crap. Let's see. Yeah. Okay. So we've talked a little bit about family engagement, a universal definition, what it looks like in incorporating it with UMTSS. But I think it's important to understand that family engagement, again, is accepting the forms of engagement families are willing to do or willing to be able to bring to the table. It's as small as sending a child to school. I would say on time for breakfast. I was a DC public school teacher, so starting the day off in school on time, eating breakfast was an important part of growing a child's brain and starting the day off well. Checking a child's backpack, attending events at school, reading with their child, monitoring homework. But as you can see, it's a continuum. I heard a question back there, can you tell me some of the things that you're doing to get families at parent-teacher conferences? And I remember when I first started doing like this family engagement work, I was thinking, yeah, that's the litmus test to tell us that families are engaged if they come. And I don't know that I believe that anymore. I don't know that if a family comes to parent-teacher conferences or doesn't come means that they're engaged or not engaged. And some families really can't come to those meetings. So what else can we do to meet them where they are? I've been really impressed with some teachers that I've seen nationwide, a teacher that does some meetings with families through Facebook Live. Or is sitting there and using technology like Skype to meet with their families. Why do they have to come to the school? Why? Because that is what we've always done. But we are learning, though, that the greatest impact is when families take action at home to reinforce what their child is learning in the classroom. And that goes back to what Casey was saying, that we see it more as a community effort. So why family engagement and why now? So by law, we now have the Every Student Succeeds Act, and it requires districts to set aside at least 1% of their Title I funds for parent and family engagement activities. Of that money, 90% must be distributed to schools. Also with funds, it creates state family engagement centers, which are the successors to the parental information resource centers funded under the No Child Left Behind law, and authorizes $10 million in annual funding for them. Also, it replaces the NCLB law's use of the phrase parental involvement to now parent and family engagement. So I was really happy when someone said, let's replace these ideas of moms and muffins and dads and donuts, because families look and feel all kinds of ways. I'm interested in adult caretakers, and for some of my kids that I taught, their adult caretaker was a sibling. And I became very close with that sibling, because that sibling helped me understand what can I do to better help their sister or brother. So when we're looking at school improvement, I used to support the turnaround schools, which were the bottom 3% of schools in the state. So I had to actually sort of start convincing principals that family engagement is not a nice to have, that it's actually a part of school improvement. In fact, it's one of 5 key predictors to a successful school, along with a strong leader. If you don't have a strong leader, I'm sorry, family engagement's awesome, but you need a strong leader. You need high teacher capacity. Teachers should be able to do more, and also we need safe schools and curriculum alignment. If teachers aren't teaching well and great things for our kids, it's really hard to move that needle. But again, weakness in any one of these areas equals a school's chance of improving to 10%. So we do need all of them for school improvement. All right, let's talk about the research behind engaged families. So here are some of the things that happens when families are engaged. So it's not because we're just saying, oh yeah, we want to get to know families. Literally, kids do better when they have an adult caretaker that cares about them and wants them to succeed. So I want to introduce to you some frameworks that you can use in your toolbox to help you understand, okay, instead of Cheryl trying to just give me the answers that I need for family engagement, why don't we see if the things that we're doing, if they're working in the frameworks that we already have. So the U.S. Department of Education's framework said that family engagement should be 3 things. It should be relational, it should be able to build a capacity for your families and your teachers, and it should be linked to learning. So I think a lot of times we are missing that piece of linking it to learning. I am not here to take away your potlucks. I am not here to take away your fundraisers. That's not what I'm trying to say. But there are things that we are seeing that have a higher impact when we're talking about that continuum. So sometimes when I come and train a staff on home visits, I speak with the principal ahead of time and I said, okay, if I'm going to train your staff on home visits, what are you going to drop? Because we can't just tell teachers, and you're going to do home visits, along with these other things. So if you're going to put your efforts here, what things are you going to let go? That's what we have to be thinking about if we want to build the capacity of our teachers. The second framework I want you to be aware of is that there's an updated dual capacity framework. How many of you are familiar with the first version by Dr. Karen Mapp? Okay, oh, okay, I feel like you're like fresh blood. Okay, here we go. Dr. Karen Mapp, Mapp with 2 Ps, is out of the Harvard Graduate School of Education. She is someone you want to know. In fact, she has a free WebEx. So it's a class that you can take at your own pace, all about family engagement. And if you want a certificate from Harvard afterwards, you can do that. You can have a certificate of family engagement. But you would just Google Karen Mapp with 2 Ps, family engagement WebEx. But what I love about this idea is that she helps us to understand that there are things that need to happen for family engagement to work. As you can see, we have the words dual capacity, which means 2, right? Going back to you, it's a partnership. There are pieces that have to be there for this to work. There are challenges, there are essential conditions, there are policy and program goals and capacity outcomes. On your own time, I'd really, really encourage you to go to dualcapacity.org and really look at that framework and say, okay, what are we doing well in and what are we not? The Granite School District has been doing the Scholastic FACE, family and community engagement. They're piloting some cohorts. And in fact, I'm going to take this FACE and do a northern region, and I'm going to find schools more in the north that say, I want to do some FACE training, and schools in the south and do some FACE training. Because right now, Granite has some things in their district that are really, really strong with family engagement work. I work really closely to their family engagement specialist, JD Talbot, and he has some things already going. But some districts, some of you I've seen in many meetings, because you're the principal, the Title I director, the MTSS, you're like everything. So some of you don't have the capacity to have all of these other things that maybe some of the districts, other districts have. So if you are interested potentially in being part of a FACE cohort in the north or south where you are learning if the practices in your school are working for your families, and you're doing a deep dive, and we have 3 meetings with the Scholastic trainer, please reach out to me. I'm looking for schools, I'm looking for districts that are interested. But we really dive into the dual capacity framework in that. The last framework I wanted to share with you is this idea of what effective family engagement needs to be grounded in. I think as educators, we want to go straight into academic partnering. That's what we do, we teach. But what do we see that family engagement has to be grounded in? Relationships. And I think someone shared that earlier, that if families don't trust you, they don't really care what you're saying, right? They don't care unless they know you care. And that trusting relationship along with ongoing communication then allows for this academic partnership. But I want to talk about this idea of trust. I want you to think of some key factors when you think of trust. In a trusting relationship that you have, or maybe you know something or have been in a relationship that was there was no trust, so you really understand this idea of trust. What are some of the key characteristics that you can think of a trusting relationship? You can just shout them out.
Share openly.
Share openly. Communication. Reliability. Acceptance. Right? So we kind of know, hopefully, what are good characteristics of a trusting relationship. Why would that not be the same for our families and schools? Do they feel like we're communicating with them regularly? Do they feel like there's reliability? All of these characteristics. But what keeps us as educators from creating relationships of trust with our families? Time. Right? Can you share a little bit more?
I just think that it takes time not only for an educator but also for families, and families are busy too. And so, for example, we have an ongoing free parent community night every month for parents who have children with special education needs.
Okay.
And sometimes there's 2 parents, and sometimes there's 20, and sometimes there's 1.
Right.
And we send out surveys, we send out things to see how can we get more attendance, and it's time.
Right.
And it's also time for educators too.
To prepare and all of that, yep.
Yeah, and so I think time is one of the biggest barriers perhaps, but then beyond that, it's just a lot of other things.
There are a lot of other things. And going back to time, and going back to activities, and going back to these things that we're saying, this is what we want to do with our time, or this is how we're measuring engagement. I always just like to push back a little bit and say that I think those resources need to be there. I think families need to feel like there's a place where they can learn and gather information. But just because they don't come, it doesn't mean that they don't care. And so I think a lot of times it actually goes to this idea of assumptions. We assume that families are not showing up for A, B, and C versus knowing for sure that's why. Or we're assuming families don't care. Or we are assuming a lot of different things. And when we're checking our assumptions, generally they're based on our biases, which Casey's talked a little bit about, which it's a big, major pillar of family engagement work that I'm trying to incorporate in the state. Because we have to understand that we've got to unpack some of the things that we've been learning in our life around this idea of what we think or how we feel about certain groups. I'm going to actually end, and in my my presentation, there's some other things, but I'm going to end on understanding biases because I think I can talk till I don't know that I'm blue in the face. I don't even know what that's supposed to even mean for me, but anyway, I can talk for a very long time
I can talk for a very long time about welcoming and communicating and belonging and valuing, but until you unpack what's keeping you from making relationships with families, there's not much I can do for you, right? And so let's talk about this idea of biases. So there's two types. There's explicit. These biases that we're just like, hey, I think chocolate ice cream is so much better than strawberry, and I'm gonna tell everybody on my social media that. And I'm gonna take a picture with a chocolate ice cream cone and let you know why. I'm a new mother. There are a lot of people who tell me how to best parent and be like, this is what you do, these are the products you use, right? They have their biases, and that's okay. People are biased, and they're open to share it. It's their implicit bias that we need to unpack a little bit more. So what do we mean? One, everyone has implicit bias. We're thinking things, we've been surrounded by things that we don't even recognize we are thinking. And the implicit associations we hold do not necessarily align with our declared beliefs or even reflect stances we would explicitly endorse. So I know for me, I have a friend who had a very racist grandfather that she grew up with. So she was really worried that she was going to become a racist person. And I shared with her, having a racist grandfather just means that you've definitely been exposed to ideas that maybe I wasn't exposed to, and that there's work that you're gonna have to do, but it doesn't mean that that's your actual belief. And we generally tend to hold implicit biases that favor our own in-group or that are influenced by societal norms. So I know I recently was on a flight, and my pilot came over the intercom. And when you think of a pilot, what does this person look like? A white male. Okay, yes. This day she was not a white male, she was a female. And I remember being really shocked, not because I don't believe that women can't be pilots, it was just that it was the first time I ever had a female pilot. And so I recognized that there were things that I was thinking as normal, because that was my norm. And that day it changed. And I was like, okay, it changed the first time I had a female dentist too, right? There are times where things we're recognizing that our implicit biases are malleable. And we can influence them by checking our assumptions and seeking more information. And like I said, I'm gonna end on a video, and you do have my PowerPoint that gives you other suggestions about welcoming families and communicating with families. But honestly, if you want a deeper dive with your staff about family engagement so that they recognize it's not like, there's a family night, we did family engagement, check. That family engagement is just so ingrained in your school culture, you don't even recognize that you're doing it. Like, it's just a part of what you do. If you ever want to have those conversations, I'd be happy to lead your staff through those kinds of trainings where they're understanding like, hey, I want to learn more about my community, and maybe it's through home visits. Maybe it's through just having a deeper dive around explicit and implicit bias. Maybe it's around talking more about things that we can do that families have said, this would be extremely helpful to us if teachers did this, okay? I can offer those kinds of things. So I'm gonna end on this video, if it works out for me. And then I think we're gonna break for lunch.
Implicit bias.
Oh, well, there it is. Hold on.
2016 was the year that implicit.
Okay, let's do this. And let's start over. Let's make it big. Yeah.
Implicit bias.
Implicit bias. Implicit bias. 2016 was the year that implicit bias went somewhat mainstream.
Yeah, so when Hillary Clinton mentioned implicit bias in the debates, our phones started blowing up, all our friends started emailing us about it.
But what is implicit bias? Implicit biases are basically thought processes that happen without you even knowing it. Little mental shortcuts that hold judgments you might not agree with.
And sometimes the shortcuts are based on race. First, some clarity. Saying someone has an implicit bias is different from calling someone a racist.
The word racist is a highly loaded term, right, here in American society. A lot of times, when people are using it, they're thinking of the kind of old-fashioned Ku Klux Klan style racism.
But implicit bias isn't anywhere near that, explicit.
Implicit bias is something that comes out of ordinary mental functioning, out of how the mind normally works.
We've all grown up in a culture with media images, news images, conversations we heard at home, our education. Think of that as a fog we've been breathing our whole life. We never even realized it, what we were taking in.
And that fog causes associations that lead to biases.
I somehow know that if you say peanut butter, I'm going to say jelly. That's an association that's been ingrained in me because throughout my life, peanut butter and jelly are together. And in many forms of media, there's an over-representation of Black men and violent crime being paired together.
And because of that, I actually deep down inside have been taught that Black men are violent and aggressive and not to be trusted, that they're criminals, that they're thugs.
With all those associations, I'm not trying to let us off the hook, but in some ways, none of us stood a chance.
Starting today, we'll post a video a day dealing with one challenge of understanding implicit bias and its relationship to race and exploring ways we might combat the problem.
One more thing, if you're well, you might be falling prey to the blind spot bias. That's a scientific name for a mental bias that allows you to see biases in others, but not in yourself. We're biased.
Okay, so I'm gonna end there and let that peanut butter and jelly sandwich make you hungry for lunch, right? But I just wanted to say one last thing. The educator or person in the back who said, Cheryl, or to Casey, sometimes this implicit bias isn't necessarily related to race. You're right. I go to my really tiny schools in Paiute, and a teacher said to me, I'll be honest, sometimes if I see a kid's last name before I have them, I'm like, oh, yeah. They're part of that family, so they're gonna be like this. Or they're part of that family, so they're gonna be like this, right? So we have these biases that can happen based on a lot of different things, and it's really recognizing and checking those. Thank you all so much. Family engagement, again, if there's anything that you can remember, it's a part of teaching and learning. It is not an add-on. And Casey, anything else you want to say before they break? Okay, thank you guys.
Thank you.
Sorry, Casey.
No, you're fine. Oh yeah. I hear my name. Yes.
I'm not seeing either of these.
No, I'm uploading it. I wanted you to bask in it first. Okay, friends, before I release you to lunch, updates. We're gonna change the schedule a little bit because Terry couldn't keep her time together, but it's okay. We're gonna come back at 12:50 and reconvene, and I'll upload all of the slides and handouts for this presentation. So see you in an hour.
Yeah, I was like, oh.
Why there's two mics. Oh, one for the
Online folks. Yeah. Because they told me.
Doubly cool.
So my question is, when do I stop?
I can tell you when you're supposed to stop.
Well, me too.
I'm just saying, I don't.
Yeah, but we're still not getting into. I mean, what's the worst? We let them go early.
So I would say, break at 2:15. If we break at 2, then we can add Heidi. And then Canvas and then team time.
I think they were going to do Heidi before team time.
Yeah.
Okay.
Me and then Heidi and then team time. So break at 2:15.
2 or 2:15? Okay. All right. Should we get started? All right. Okay, the few, the furious, those of you that dared come back. Here you are. It's not working, I think. That's okay, I'm loud.
On the,
Is this on now?
yeah, sounds like it now.
Okay. There's 2 mics too. Maybe I'll crisscross. Okay, can everybody hear me okay?
In the front row.
You can hear it. Thank you, Nebo. All right, we're going to go ahead and get started again. I know that there's still some groups that are likely on their way back in, but we're going to preview the afternoon a little bit. So we're going to shift a little bit of what we're focusing on this afternoon in response to how far we got in things this morning. So if you noticed, if you kind of previewed some of the slide deck, or even the agenda, we were supposed to start talking about the taxonomy of intervention intensity this afternoon, which was going to get really deep into what we really need to be considering at Tier 2, Tier 3. We didn't get through school level monitoring stuff this morning for fidelity. And so we are going to shift a little bit the agenda and focus on school level fidelity, as well as some of the aspects of Tier 2 and Tier 3 that we need to be considering. So if you are looking at the PowerPoint slides, what you have in front of you, the content is just rearranged, okay? And we're not going to cover specific parts of it. But what I will tell you is you can access the content if you go visit the effective instruction module on Canvas, okay, which is going to be posted pretty soon, I would say, right, Casey? Right, Malia? Yeah, okay, so that one's going to be coming out. And so that will actually hit on some of the content that we were supposed to kind of cover today with you all. So just wanted to kind of preface that little bit of a shift, that little bit of a change. But we really wanted to make sure that we devote enough time to this concept of really monitoring the fidelity of our practice across our system. Okay? So we left off this morning on this chat around what do we currently have at place to monitor the fidelity of our Tier 1 and universal practices, and thinking about what needs to be strengthened. And I heard some conversations, well, we're actually not doing that, right? Or we're monitoring things at our school level, but maybe that's not actually hitting the instructional level. As I mentioned earlier, when I was walking around and looking at some of your matrices, it was more about either outcome data or the actual interventions or instructional practices that we're using, and not about how we're monitoring the implementation of them, okay? So we've talked about core. We're now going to shift into Tier 2 and Tier 3 instruction and intervention, and really think about what that means in our MTSS system, and how we can really distinguish the characteristics between Tier 2 and Tier 3 within that framework. Remember our goal for Tier 1, this is the same slide where we had that picture of utopia. And one of the things that I've often heard is, you know, we can't intervene our way out of a core problem, right? Yes. If it's a core problem, we're not going to be able to spend all of our time intervening with all the kids that need it. We need to do things to strengthen our core, but even if we're not at that really strong core instruction, we still need to address the needs of our struggling students. So it's this dynamic of, well, we can't wait for, we can't intervene our way out of our core problem, but we can't wait forever for our core to be perfect before we start addressing students' needs at Tier 2, Tier 3. So we have to find that balance in our system, and we have to make sure that we're being thoughtful about our efforts as an LEA, as a school, in where we're investing our time and energy. Should we invest more time and energy in our core? If our data are suggesting that we need to do that, yes. If our data are suggesting that there's some simple tweaks that we might be able to make, but we really need to strengthen the efficiency and effectiveness of our Tier 3 system, then we can start to focus there as well. Where I've seen a lot of schools that have been implementing MTSS, they oftentimes will jump straight from core and moving and using their data, right, to team-based problem solving for kids at Tier 2, but they're doing individualized level problem solving on those students. And so we're actually doing more time and energy trying to figure out individualized needs when we should be looking at, 1, the effectiveness of our core, and 2, the effectiveness of our small group instruction at Tier 2. Before we jump to the level of individualized problem solving, okay? So just be reflective of that as well. All right, so this is going to be a chat with your teams right now. Distinctions between Tier 2 and Tier 3 across these various aspects. So what does the instruction look like at Tier 2 versus Tier 3? What is the duration or time frame that we should be providing Tier 2 versus Tier 3 instruction or intervention? What group size are we thinking about? What progress monitoring measures might we be using at Tier 2, Tier 3? And what populations of students might we be serving in each of these tiers? Okay, so what I want you to do is work with your team right now to try to come up with what Tier 2 looks like first, and then we'll talk about what Tier 3 looks like second. Okay, so first we're going to talk about Tier 2. What does that look like? We'll come back together, kind of debrief what that means for all of you, and then we'll have that conversation, well, how is Tier 3 distinguished from that, okay? So just a couple minutes to talk about those characteristics of Tier 2 implementation. Could be intervention, yeah. So it says instruction up there, Tier 2 could be intervention.
Pulling from the 10 to the 4, but Nina and the other students
I'd say if I can't answer the now.
Because I understand that I asked that we're adding more guidance at the special intervention programs. I said, how are your teachers implementing that Tier 2 intervention component of that? And she said, I'll get back to you. And I'm like, getting back to me this time of year. Next year,
I just eavesdrop.
Well, I think Tier 2 academics would be our team
Third grade. Does he know everything? Nope. Keeping up with everything? Nope. But he knows essential stuff. And like they were almost in tears.
Nobody ever tells me that he knows anything. Well, he does. He knows the things you have to have. And I think that sometimes what we forget when we, yeah. So I think that what we're doing with our reading, being able to, you know, like compare it to earth science, teaching the same thing over again and just reviewing the questions before we take the test again for the kids who didn't get 80% the first time is not tier 2 instruction. Just giving them the answers, review before we take the test and take the same test again. It's not tier 2 instruction.
So what would be an example of tier 2 using Earth systems?
She can do biology for you.
Let's do biology.
Do biology.
For example, it's not just reading performance.
We're talking about tier 3.
Most schools don't, but when you have how many kids, it's going to happen. Yep, and
Right,
that's
so
when
when I say we have a lot, we have like 23,000 kids in the district, and I've dealt with 15.
Right.
So
and
it feels like a lot to me, it's a lot of my time.
And those 15 are intensive, or 23 are intensive. Yeah.
But when you're looking at like the entire district, like and I'm keeping data to try to track it down. The main problem is that it's very difficult to get the information.
And most likely,
How do we
They start tracking the data, working on it, and I don't and I found it where all the kids they know their scores and study really right there. And everybody thinks so it's not just a specific person related to it. Everybody gets and it looks like tonight
Okay, let's come back together as a large group.
Period in the last 20 minutes of the class, they're splitting, they're rotating.
In 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Excellent. Okay, so some of the conversations. What all were you identifying as the characteristics of tier 2 across instruction or intervention? The duration, time frame, group size, progress monitoring, and population served. What does that look like? Be brave. This is a brave space, as Casey mentioned earlier. I heard some good stuff. Thank you. Granted, I'm back row. I'm telling you, I even walked back there this time. All right.
What we discussed, and I don't know that we explicitly wrote down an answer to all of these things, but I feel like we all have at this table, and I think a large portion of our district understands that it is a small group, it is a rescheduling of the master schedule, it's giving that time, it's having that baseline data, that progress monitoring data, the fidelity, all of that stuff. But it still is just a constant challenge to implement it district-wide with fidelity, or to get it to all of the schools, to all of the right? It's just that, like, we all kind of get what it's supposed to look like, but then really putting it into practice, it just is a continual challenge.
And would you say that in Granite, because you do a lot of schools, that tier 2 instruction may look different across those buildings?
Yes. Yes, and
Okay.
basically I think tier 2 instruction is just a watered down version of tier 3 instruction. I think a lot of what we're doing with tier 2 is a watered down version of tier 3. It's very one-on-one, it's very, like we had talked about, a lot of the problem solving, it's one-on-one problem solving around individual student, not a group of students. So it's just helping to train and a paradigm shift and just think about it in a little bit of a different way.
Okay. What about others? Does anything that Granite shared resonate, or did you have different ideas around tier 2?
Has anyone else figured it out?
Yep.
So we had discussed what we do for tier 2 intervention is small group instruction within the classroom. And so students would come in, you they turned in an exit ticket the day before when they left. You figured out who got it, who didn't get it, and then you get the class going and you pull the small group that didn't get it for Sherzies off to the side and reteach them in another way so that they can get it, and then you send them back into so that they're caught up with the rest of the group.
Okay. Others? Yes.
We're in elementary school, so we can do centers and small groups, so we have a rotation. So usually anywhere between 15 and 20 minutes. Groups are 4 to 6 students per group. And one group is teacher-led, and the other groups are like one's a student collaboration group, one's like a writing group, and then one is a reading of the assignment, whatever it may be. But it tends to work if we have it well scaffolded and the kids are well practiced. But with this new year, it has been, we're still trying to get the kids to stay in their seats and not ask the teacher a question every 5 minutes and stay with the group. So it's been a challenge, but that's what we do.
Okay. Anything else? All right, we may not spend as much time on tier 3, but I want you to I want to ask that question right now, and we'll show kind of the chart underneath the white boxes here. But do you think that you can clearly articulate a difference between tier 2 and tier 3? Give me a thumbs up if you can clearly articulate the difference between tier 2 and tier 3. Okay? Give me a thumb in the middle if you're not quite sure, and a thumbs down if maybe. Okay, I'm seeing lots of thumbs up. So for those of you that are saying thumbs up, what distinguishes tier 3 from tier 2? What makes it more intensive?
So our policy at our district level is the intensity and level of requirement of documentation. So, for example, our associate superintendent has said at the point at which we're doing a functional behavioral assessment, that's what we're going to do. So ours is dictated by policy.
Okay, so I'm just going to make sure that so the folks that are online can hear some of the conversation. So there's an increased level even of the documentation, of the data collection perhaps that we have to provide, and you're saying that it's written into policy that for students with behavioral challenges rising to the level of tier 3 need, we're doing a functional behavioral assessment on those students.
The explicit instruction in the tier 3 curriculum is more intense.
So explicit instruction within tier 3 curriculum is increased, more intense.
I think it's partly just the number of students you're working with at a time. So like it can be more intensive if it's fewer students that the adult or specialist or coach is working with. It's just going to be more intensive if it's 1 student or 2 students versus 7 students.
Okay, so even a smaller group size oftentimes will increase the intensity and supports that the interventionist can provide to those students. Okay. All right, so here's kind of what we would talk about, right? At tier 2, we would be following a standardized evidence-based program or practice as designed. Okay, goes back to that as designed piece, that fidelity piece. We're thinking about the duration and time frame developed or defined by that developer, whoever that researcher is, the developer of that intervention at tier 2. We might have 3 to 7 students in those groups. Again, that might be defined by a developer of an intervention program. We would be monitoring progress or progress monitoring using a valid and reliable progress monitoring tool at least once per month. And our population served is around 15 to 20% of our population. Those are the students that are rising to need that tier 2 level of support. The difference at tier 3 is that we start with that evidence-based practice or program, but we're going to adapt it based on student data. Okay, so we're going to maybe tweak it a little bit. We're not necessarily going to go and try to find another tier 3 magic silver bullet. We're going to look at what's going on in our tier 2 and really be thoughtful using student data to help us identify how we might tweak it, how we might adapt it, how we might intensify it, which could be increasing the frequency and or duration to meet the student's needs, decreasing that group size, as you mentioned. We're going to also progress monitor our students at that tier 3 level more frequently. We need more frequent data so we know when to intervene sooner. Okay? Our students who are struggling are likely have foundational deficits. Our students with tier 3 needs likely have behavior needs and academic needs, right? They're not just one or the other. They're oftentimes kind of intermingled. And we're talking about here about 3 to 5% of our student population. So if you're looking at your data across your school, across your LEA, you want to be looking at how are we allocating resources for this particular domain. Now, what I heard was some of the small group instruction that's happening as a part of our regular instruction, right? And we want to be providing small group instruction. But if we're only providing small group instruction in core concepts, that's differentiated instruction of core. That may not be addressing students' targeted deficit areas, right? So a student who is in core instruction, let's say it's an ELA curriculum, and we're looking at reading measures, and we're looking at the big 5 concepts of reading, and our core curriculum is hitting all of those. We know that some of our students have foundational deficits in maybe phonemic awareness and phonological awareness, and we can't move them through the core unless they get specific instruction, explicit instruction using a standardized protocol, evidence-based practices, a collection of practices that we're putting together that really focus on phonemic awareness and phonological awareness for some period of time that's allowing them to then be able to progress in that core curriculum. Okay? Is tier 2, and give me a thumbs up if you agree with supplement, and a thumbs down for supplant. That's not really the best way to do that, but we're going to go with it. So does tier 2 instruction supplement tier 1 core instruction, or does it supplant it, meaning it replaces it? Supplement, okay? What about tier 3? Supplement. We are building layers of supports for our students. We are building everything from that strong foundation. We're looking at strong core instruction that's differentiated perhaps through small group instruction. We are then providing another layer of support that's going to address a targeted area of need for that student or a group of students, and at that tier 3 level is when we start to make some adaptations, again, based on our student data, to really help focus it, perhaps make it more explicit for those students, perhaps decrease the small group size, so that we're really able to provide the number of opportunities that students really need to respond and receive corrective feedback in those areas that they're struggling with. Okay? Key distinction, just having small groups running in tier 1 and having that be a reteaching, we need that. That we need that, but that's a part of our core instruction. What we're doing at tier 2 should be following a standardized procedure, a process, an evidence base for it in those areas of deficit for that small group population. Okay, does that make sense? Yes, okay. So let's talk about elements of tier 2 intervention. The first is that it's evidence-based. We have to be starting with the evidence if we're going to have strong intervention. And it has to be delivered with fidelity, again, thinking about those 5 features of fidelity. So what do we look for when we're examining a published evidence base? So if we're looking at something and we're going to try to think about, will this meet the needs of a small group of students, whether it's academic instruction or intervention or behavioral, right? So we're going to be looking at our data, and then we're going to be trying to figure out what is going to be a best match for our student population in this specific area of need for our population. We also have to look at the source of the information. Is it just a curriculum developer or an intervention developer that you met at a conference who has a really fancy booth saying, hey, buy my stuff, flashy, flashy? Is that a reputable source, but they have evidence to back it up, but maybe that evidence is only with one school, right? Or it's only with one population. We want to be looking at the breadth of research that's out there and from a reputable source and making sure that it's a trusted source of information for us. We also want to be looking at, even if it's just looking at a research body, so we're pulling those journal articles, right, and we're looking at some of the research that's out there on a specific practice or intervention, we're going to look at, does the population that they researched match the students that are sitting in front of me? Okay? So if you are in an area where they're using, let's say, and I'm not gonna name a specific intervention, but there's an intervention in phonemic awareness, let's say, that was researched only in white suburbia in the Midwest, okay? And you're in Granite, where you have a lot of English learners, where you have more of an urban environment perhaps, right? Is it gonna necessarily mean that that intervention that was researched with white, wealthy students in a suburb is going to translate to effectiveness with your population? Likely no. We want to be looking at the populations that they researched and trying to see, was this researched across multiple populations? Was this something that is going to show effectiveness with the students that we have in front of us? The desired outcomes. There are a lot of interventions out there, a lot of core curriculum out there that can tout that they have outcome data to support their effectiveness. But if those are not meaningful outcome to you, does it matter? If it's not translating to outcomes on the same measures that you're looking at, so if we're targeting phonemic awareness, we want to see, does it actually align with whatever we're doing to progress monitor phonemic awareness, right? So we're going to be looking for those similar measures that they're showing effectiveness on from the research is what we're actually going to be looking for when we're thinking about our measures, our outcomes. Okay, so also thinking about, you know, there's a lot of research out there that uses independent or their own kind of researcher-made sort of outcome measures. You want to be thinking about that. There's also things where they're looking at both broad measures as well as targeted measures, and their intervention might show impact on the broad measures, but not those targeted measures. So thinking about, again, that reading example, a broad measure might be looking at global reading proficiency across those big 5 areas of reading, but it might not show effectiveness on phonemic awareness itself, okay? And that goes to this piece around the effect size and thinking about, does the evidence suggest the intervention can produce the result we expect? If we, as implementers, take an intervention, take an evidence-based practice, and put it in place with fidelity, keeping in mind all of these other aspects of what really creates that evidence base for us, are we expecting to see the same results? That's what an effect size is telling you. If we implement this the way that the researcher set out and said it was supposed to be researched, if we do that, we're likely to see the same results that they found as long as the rest of those things are in place, okay? Effect sizes are also tricky because they depend on so many different things. So for example, we would expect that we're gonna see higher effect sizes in early literacy skills than we're gonna see in middle school math. Why? Because we have more research in early literacy than we have in mathematics at the middle school level. Okay? So we have to interpret those effect sizes with some caution and really be mindful of it. And again, we need to be looking at those effect sizes across those broad measures as well as targeted measures. Okay? That's a lot of information on one slide. And I see some faces like, breathe, everybody. One giant deep breath. Okay, we're gonna move forward. So here are some places that are gonna help you. Where can we go to identify some evidence-based practices or programs that we might be able to kind of implement for Tier 2 intervention? The first one up there is the National Center on Intensive Intervention Tools Charts. There are tools charts that are going to help to identify academic and behavioral interventions. It's like a Consumer Reports. So you still have to do your due diligence. You can click on that link, you can go to the tools charts, and you're gonna see a whole matrix up there with interventions listed. You can filter by grade level, academic content area, maybe, you know, other factors and things. You're gonna start to see these orange bubbles pop up, and you're gonna say, ooh, look at that one, it's got full orange bubbles, let's go get that. And then realized that it was that phonemic awareness intervention that was targeted with the white, wealthy, suburban students. You don't want to get it, right? Same thing, if I'm going to a Consumer Reports to look for a car, and I don't need four-wheel drive, maybe I shouldn't buy that car that has all orange bubbles across in the Consumer Reports because it's not going to meet my needs. I just need a commuter vehicle. I live outside of DC. We don't get a lot of snow. It's pretty flat for the most part, okay? I don't need a four-wheel drive vehicle, so we need to be doing our due diligence when we're looking at these sources to make sure that we are viewing them as Consumer Reports. How many of you are familiar with the What Works Clearinghouse? Yay! If you're not, it's a great website. It's going to take you to a lot of the published research that's out there on specific interventions. It's another source. Evidence for ESSA is a little bit newer. How many of you are familiar with that one? Less, okay. Evidence for ESSA has comprehensive reports as well on different interventions, and it's going to have, a lot of information about the implementation features of it. And then there's the Evidence-Based Intervention Network from out of the University of Missouri. They actually have evidence-based intervention or practice summaries that you can download that kind of address the characteristics of it. These are just 4 websites of many. Okay? The other thing to kind of consider is you shouldn't just use one, perhaps. Maybe look across, because each of these places rates interventions in different criteria. That's the beauty of all of this in educational research. Nothing is standard, and people get to decide what criteria they're going to use, okay? So we want to be looking for things that are going to show up as flagging as, yes, this is a validated, research-based, evidence-based practice or program across a couple different sites, hopefully. And that's really going to go back to addressing our students' needs. Make sense? So these are great resources if you are in a position where you can help to guide some of the decisions around evidence-based interventions that we should really be doing to target specific areas of need. These are great places for you to go to start looking at what is the evidence for those practices. Now, there are some cases where a standardized packaged intervention that comes with a script, that comes with fidelity monitoring tools, that comes with a specified duration and frequency doesn't exist. That middle school mathematics intervention thing that I was talking about before, this is one of them. High school math, those different areas, we may not see as many packaged programs out there and available for our students. There's a lot more research in elementary mathematics right now than there is in middle school mathematics. For anybody wanting to go get a PhD, I just gave you a dissertation topic. All right, so standardized intervention doesn't exist. We can still find where to go to kind of help us put together that information. So the IES practice guides, the IES is the Institute for Educational Sciences. That's where the What Works Clearinghouse is housed, so you can kind of go to both of those websites and kind of find one another. But the IES practice guides, if you just Google IES practice guides, it's going to pull up various topics. So this one is improving mathematical problem solving in grades 4 through 8, foundational skills to support reading for understanding in kindergarten through 3rd grade, teaching secondary students to write effectively. There's entire guides that give you what the evidence for that particular topic is. And then it's going to break it down on the website into these, like a category like this. So this is actually from the foundational skills to support reading for understanding in K through 3. And it's going to tell us, first thing that we need to be doing is maybe teaching students academic language skills, including the use of inferential and narrative language and vocabulary. Notice that's got minimal evidence. Okay? Where we see strong evidence is a develop awareness of the segments of sounds in speech and how they link to letters. Strong evidence for teaching students to decode words, analyze word parts, and write and recognize words. Moderate evidence for ensuring that each student reads connected text every day to support reading accuracy, fluency, and comprehension. So if we have our population sitting in front of us and we need to make sure that we're addressing some of those targeted areas of need, we're going to also be maybe looking at these IES practice guides to help us in our selection of an evidence-based program or practice that already is packaged together to see if it's hitting those areas of strong evidence. right? So we can use it one of two ways. One, to help us think about customizing our own intervention, building off of what is identified as the evidence for those particular practices, right? And we're going to start to find materials that are going to help with the developing awareness of the segments of sound and speech, of looking at decoding words. We're going to put that together perhaps in a structured way, start with some fluency practice, and we're going to really go into explicit instruction with some modeling. We're then going to have some sort of wrap up that's going to help the student attend to transfer back to their core instruction. So we can use these guides to help us kind of customize our own intervention if one does not exist for our students. And we can also use it to help us think through, well, does the intervention that I found on one of those other websites actually hit that strong level of evidence? Okay? We have to then implement with and monitor fidelity across those 5 areas. So when we have our Tier 2, if it's a standardized package program, it often comes with a fidelity checklist. It'll say you have to be doing X, Y, and Z. Social skills training, there's a method that will make it evidence-based, and there's a method that if you don't follow it, it's no longer evidence-based. And that's essentially following an explicit instruction model within social skills training, okay, is what's going to really deem it evidence-based. Just pulling kids and talking about it and having them role play without actually connecting through that independent practice domain is not going to necessarily translate into the outcomes that we would anticipate. That's just an example of it. So we need to be thinking about all of those different levels of how we're monitoring that fidelity. Now, if we've designed our own intervention, right, going back to using the areas of strong evidence, and we're going to put together our own plan for it, and we're going to say you're going to start with that fluency practice, you're then going to go to explicit instruction, we can develop a checklist for us to use that's going to hit those various components that aligns with how we design that intervention. Make sense? So if we don't have a tool that is looking at our intervention in particular, or a packaged intervention didn't come with a fidelity monitoring tool, we can customize our own, develop our own based on the structure of how we're going to lay out that intervention. We also want to be looking at all of those factors. Again, that student engagement piece. Oftentimes we see attendance being monitored pretty frequently for interventions. It's great. We need to be knowing if students are actually attending intervention, if they're participating in core instruction, but if we also need to kind of get to these other pieces. Okay? So student engagement, make sure you're monitoring that. All right, so this is going to be a time for you all to talk for a little bit. So we have standardized programs, practices, those are the ones that we can commercially purchase and implement within our setting. Or there's the non-standardized, which might be us having to kind of come up with a scope and sequence and a particular way to package different evidence-based practices together for our students. Which type might it be easier to monitor fidelity and why? Okay? Turn and talk, because I'm sure some of you are like, that was a lot of information. I just need a bit of a brain break as well. So take a brain break and talk about this part as well. Oh, look, he already pulled it up. Got it.
Now, then, so you were doing that.
It got warm in here.
It always gets warm when I present.
Yeah.
You have a sweater on.
I know, it's because like the shirt is coming up here. It just like looks funny without the sweater, and I don't want to be walking around.
They're doing their practice.
I rolled up the sleeves, Leanne. I at least did that.
I'll be in Boston this year, and I was looking to get a shirt, a different shirt. It's like, how do I just sweater? I'm like, no, I'm going to be talking.
Yeah, I know, it's always, and I had to pack for Florida, Utah, and Rhode Island in one trip.
How did you do that? That's crazy.
Well, my husband, luckily, we were in Florida together, so I was able to kind of pack the warmer clothes and, you know, have those in my suitcase for when I was in Florida. And then we left clothes in his car so that I could just take those to Utah, Rhode Island. But it's warmer here than it is in Rhode Island. It's supposed to be like 20 degrees when I'm there. So I had my winter jacket. Like,
Catch as catch can. That's what it works.
Even with the observations from the West Coast, it's easy to take data or look at things because it's so nothing is nobody has a separate part of their.
No, that's very nice. That's very nice. But because like with our intervention, with what we want to do with the intervention team, one of the major tools they've got is STEP. That was one of the reasons why we created them. But we still have, you know, first grade still comes up there, which means that we, first and second, they then have to have other kinds of.
They're already doing that with early steps. Maybe they really do need the data to see if it actually is working or not working.
And that's what I said. Where's the longevity in all of these interventions we've been doing for years? Show me. How are we accountable for early steps in all these grades? Is it really working or not working? Can you guys show me where that evidence is? And it's been hard for them to know, well, we don't know. So we have to go back and look and say, okay, why don't we know? Well, we didn't really use the program with fidelity. We didn't do a 30-minute intervention. We didn't do every single part of the prescriptive lesson. We didn't do it. We should have. We really should have.
I'm just eavesdropping on you. We'll get there. We'll get there. Yeah. We'll give you some tips. All right, we're going to come back together. So I already saw that some of you had pulled up the slides, and I already mentioned that they're a little bit out of order, but some of you are following along as best you can. This is really our success equation. This is a multiplication problem. This is a pop quiz. Pop quiz, are you ready? Evidence multiplied by implementation with fidelity equals impact. What happens if evidence is 0? Okay, we're not likely to see the impacts. What happens if implementation with fidelity is 0? We're not likely to see those impacts, right? It is a multiplication problem. Both of those pieces have to be in place. We have to be using evidence-based research, evidence-based practices, implemented the way that they were designed that showed that they had the evidence in order for us to likely see the same impacts on our population. So that multiplication problem works no matter the tier we're in. You can think about those core instructional practices that we were talking about this morning, right? We can talk about tier 2, and we're going to now shift into tier 3. But before we go to tier 3, we want to be checking a couple things. 1, did 80% of students respond to the intervention? So we have a small group. We're pulling together a small group, right? We're looking at data across that small group. If we have 5 students in that group and 1 is responding, that's going to tell us something about that tier 2 intervention, right? But conversely, if we have 4 students that are responding and 1 who is not, we might be able to more likely say, we need to intervene and intensify instruction for that one kid. Okay? We also want to be looking at that program match. Is the program that we put into place, did we just take something off the shelf and say, hey, you're doing Tier 2 instruction in ELA, use program X and use it with all of the students that need it? But we don't really know that they need it, right? We have to be looking at their data to help us identify that match. Was the intervention delivered with fidelity? I know you're probably sick of that word. We have to become lovers of the word fidelity. That's our job. The program has been delivered for the sufficient amount of time. It's also been delivered as planned. We know that because we're taking data on it. We're really looking at that student attendance piece. We're looking at our teacher attendance piece. We're looking at all of those aspects that are coming into knowing whether or not students actually had access to that intervention in the first place. Why might we need to intensify? Research tells us that even if we implement an evidence-based program with a small group of students, 3 to 5% of our population is not going to respond. If you think about research in a standard bell curve, we're talking about the 3 to 5% that might fall on the fringes. Okay? So we're going to say that it's generally effective for the, for a majority of students here, but it might not be effective even if we implement it with fidelity for those students off on those fringe areas. We also know that students with intensive needs require 10 to 30 times as much practice as their peers to learn new information. And that becomes a challenge, right? Because we automatically go, how can we provide 10 to 30 times more practice to our students, right? And so thinking about those characteristics, we have to become really flexible with our implementation, really be thinking about our structures across the day, really think about dispersing practice opportunities rather than just tacking more time onto the intervention, okay? What is Tier 3 intensive intervention? It's driven by data, characterized by increased intensity and individualization. It's going to build off of our strong foundation and core, off of a strong evidence-based intervention in Tier 2 that we're implementing with fidelity. And it's addressing severe and persistent learning and behavioral difficulties. Here's one process for doing that. This is not different from your 4-step problem-solving process here in Utah. And if you're not familiar with the 4-step problem-solving process here in Utah, you need to check out the Canvas modules because there's one on database decision-making that's going to talk about that 4-step problem-solving process. What we're going to be doing is a process at that intensive level where we're looking at valid and reliable sources of progress monitoring data that are going to help us understand whether or not that intervention is having effectiveness with that student, right? So we're taking those progress monitoring probes over time. We're looking to see if the student is making growth toward a specific goal, right? So one of the things that I like to also point out on the behavioral side of things is if we're just collecting point sheets and we're just collecting data, and we have stacks and stacks of data, but we're not setting a goal for that student and we're not graphing those data, we don't know whether or not what we're doing is effective. I give this example because I'm passionate about it because my stepson is 11 and he has autism and I get the original copy of his point sheet, okay? I want to ask them, I'm hoping to God that they are making a copy of it or documenting those points in some way before they hand me the original one. Because what I want to know is how often is he meeting his goal? And I can tell you, he meets his goal almost every day, but they still say that he has issues in the classroom. So is it really an effective intervention? No, not for him. So be thinking about that as well. Across academics and behavior, we have to have solid goals set for our students. We need to know what we're working toward. We need to monitor their progress toward that goal. And once we have done that, progress monitoring just tells us one thing: when we need to make a change. All it's telling us is when we need to make a change. We then need to investigate why. So we might look at our progress monitoring data and do a diagnostic assessment. We're going to look at an error analysis of it and start to really think about, okay, this student is really missing a step on regrouping. They need to learn how to regroup strategy, or they have really misunderstanding of place value in base 10, and that's what we're going to intervene on, right? So we're going to look at that progress monitoring data to help us identify when to make a change. We're going to dig deeper to figure out how we're going to change our instruction. Then what we're going to do is determine that adaptation that we're going to make. Okay? And that adaptation is something that we can change in our instructional practice in the delivery of an intervention that we've already put into place at Tier 2, or that's already in that evidence-based practice or program. Okay? So we're not changing that intervention altogether, which is oftentimes what I see happening in schools. We've collected data for 6 weeks. Johnny's not responding to that intervention. Let's try something new. It may not have been enough time for Johnny in that particular intervention, and now we've switched it. They're now having to learn an entire new structure and routine to the intervention, right? Which also may be speaking a different language than their core instruction. So we also must think about that. So that adaptation is just going to be a change or a slight way to tweak what we're doing at that Tier 2 level to further individualize and intensify it based on the student's data. We continue to progress monitor. We continue to look at what our student is doing in response to that. The best thing you can do if you're graphing data is to drop a phase line, okay? And that's going to indicate we made a change on this date, right? So we can now compare whatever we were doing previous to what we've now implemented after and do a true comparison. It's like a single subject research design. Okay. So from there, we need to monitor fidelity to that individual student's plan. So let's say that the student is receiving intervention named Pirate Math, which is a real intervention, okay? Pirate Math, you're solving for X, get it? Yeah, it's good. That's good. So Pirate Math is our evidence-based intervention that we've selected. We looked at the sources of information. We've deemed that it's a good match for our student. And then what we realized is the student, through our data, was not able to transfer what they mastered during Okay. What we realized about our student in Pirate Math is that they're learning in the intervention, they're making progress during intervention, and then they go back to core instruction and they're floundering again, right? So they can't transfer what they learned during intervention back to what they're learning in the core curriculum and during core instruction. We see this a lot in mathematics, actually. Especially in the early grades. And so what we might have the general educator then do, and we're not changing, the student is still going to get Pirate Math, we're now going to have the general educator implement a number talk where they're focused on word problem solving for X, right? And they're going to give that example, and the student that's involved in that Pirate Math group may be able to hear from their peers about different strategies that they're using to solve that same type of problem. And the other thing that we might also do to support that student is take the visual cues that are a part of that Pirate Math program. So it uses a schema-based instruction approach, and it's going to look at a visual diagram of how you might map out a word problem, and it's going to give that frame to the students. So during core instruction, the general education teacher is going to provide the same materials that would be used during intervention to the student just as a reference point, okay? That's our intensified intervention. Did we have to change the intervention? Did we have to add significant amount of time or energy to do that? No, but we have to monitor it. I saw your hand.
Yeah, I just wanted to make a comment that this is similar, well, the same idea also works right in behavior. What we have found, of course, is you're providing an intense behavior intervention. And as soon as they start making progress, you want to start backing up so they can do it. But sometimes the only way they're being successful is because of the intervention.
Correct.
And so it does take the same thing. You're taking a lot of data, you're trying to adjust with that mentality that you eventually want them to be able to enjoy being in class without all of this extra support. But that also has to go through that same process, backing up slowly, determining what's available and how it works.
So some students may require intensive intervention for long periods of time in order to be successful. Okay, and so we have to think about that, and that's the piece where it is an individualized process. Not every kid is going to need intensive intervention for a sustained length of time. Some students might, and that might be because we have specific knowledge of characteristics of that student, of that learner, that impact their ability to to take ownership of it, if you will. So students with specific learning disabilities oftentimes have attention and memory and processing issues. They might need the intensity and level of instruction with those visual cues throughout the remainder of their math instruction. Okay, so it might be different for every kid, but very good point about the connection to behavior. So now let's say we're looking at student data, we've implemented the number talks, we've implemented the visual cues, and what we're noticing now about our student, and even involved in all of these different things and that intensified intervention, they're still not making progress toward their goal. And what we learn from the teacher is that the student is actually engaging in some shutdown behavior in the classroom. Right? So we're actually observing that at the start of math instruction, the student is literally just putting their head down completely and is disengaged from instruction. So now what we're going to do is continue what we've been doing, and we're going to add a piece of a motivational strategy for that particular learner. Okay? That could take on a different shape depending on what we might hypothesize as the function of the student's behavior. It could be that they're escaping and avoiding math instruction because it's too difficult, or it could be that they have some negative self-talk that they need to combat. Well, this is too hard for me. I've never been good at math. I can't do this. So our motivational strategy is going to be some sort of self-talk to counteract those negative thoughts. We're going to give them some sort of motivation to do this. It could be that they are really reinforced by the token economy system that's embedded in pirate math, and we start to put those tokens and the student earning some challenge points or whatever as they're using that strategy. For a student that is trying to escape and avoid instruction, we might build in some strategic breaks. Again, with the thought that we want to gradually fade that over time, that they're not going to need that level of instructional breaks so frequently. We're going to start to tease it back, keep collecting data, and see. Right? So this is what we're talking about. And then if we're adding that motivational strategy, we need to make sure that that's occurring. So now we're looking at that whole student's plan, and we're saying we have our pirate math in place, we're using the number talks consistently, we're looking at our visual cues during the instruction, we're providing that motivational strategy for the student, and we're looking at as the student's plan, as that student's intervention, and we're going to see if that's been put in place for them. Okay? That's what we mean by intensifying intervention through a strategic process where we're looking at and analyzing student data. Okay, that's a lot. I have 8 minutes, right?
Technically, yeah, but if you needed, say, 23 minutes, I'm cool.
23. Is that okay with everybody? 23, okay. It's like 23 and me, right? Get it? You're not gonna get sick of that? No? Okay, cool. All right. So I want to, before we jump into monitoring fidelity at the school level, I just want to give you all some time to process what we talked about for Tier 2, Tier 3, and really think about that and think about the monitoring of fidelity piece that we have in place right now. And if I'll just also stop right now and see, are there any questions about that last section before we jump into team time to kind of chat through it? I heard that, Granite. She said, it all makes sense, we just have to figure out how to get everybody up to speed, right? So theoretically, we understand it. It's now, how do we really put this into practice? Okay. All right, why don't we turn and talk and have that discussion, really think about the structures and systems that we have. Maybe go back to that matrix that we started this morning and really think about those levels of fidelity monitoring.
It's a great situation. This is the intervention that we're doing.
Do they send questions in at all, or is chat it?
There was a couple, but during lunch,
Okay.
the meeting went down, and so I don't have like a...
The record of it? Okay. All right. Well, if there's anything that pops up, just let me know. Thanks for the 23 minutes. I feel like.
They seem like they're very engaged. Yeah, they do. It's a lot of information. They just want to make it.
And then we need to monitor the fidelity of it. See?
You were amazing.
Oh, thank you. Yeah.
You just travel all over the country.
Portions of the year, yes. Right now, in the past 2 weeks, I've been in my bed twice. So, but it was like a personal trip too, so it's like harder. You know. My husband's grandfather's 90th birthday party. Yeah. 90. And still sharp, like still with it. You know, it's like incredible. Yeah.
I know that way. He passed away in his vision green.
Yeah.
But he was like that, and then he fell.
Oh my God.
It's just like he could live on his own anymore.
Right? Yeah. And it's kind of like, it's a lot to take on. So. Hey, there is I in team. When you talk about teaming. Oh. See? There is.
But it's true, like maybe it's part of this is the role of the whole team.
Yeah.
Like it's processes like for myself. It's no one wants to buy into it. It has to be consistent. And that's sort of like frustrating. You can get I think it's and you want behaviors to change. Then you try to
well, and I think part of it is like, it's also a balance of figuring out why. Because I think a lot of teachers don't know what they don't know, and so they operate out of a fear. Yeah. Right.
So I started this
UDL. Universal Design for Learning. I mean, yeah. So the effective instruction module that's coming out on campus will cover some of that. You can get it. It's if you go to the go to the state board's website, schools.utah.org. Yeah, or .gov. You got it anyway. And then under their teaching and learning tab. Hi. Oh, thank you. So their teaching and learning department, or just go up here and put UMTSS in there. Okay, and then up there, and then the online training courses. So all of these, scroll down, and then these are all of the courses that you can enroll in. And you can share them with your team. Yeah, no, you're fine. Malia's going to talk a little bit about it later, but these are all, they're designed to be self-paced. Anybody can openly enroll in them, and then you can have everybody get on the same page around things.
Oh, I love that.
And if there's turnover, it's a good way to like build in a professional plan where you're having them do those things. And then we'll see.
And it's teachers.
Right.
It's
the motivational factor, the buy-in factor to it.
Well, and it's also we have some where if it's not and you're top 10%, and so then they don't like deal with it. I mean, then you just kind of from that.
You're gonna have to.
Guess what?
Yeah, you're gonna have to. So.
I would assume they're not great.
I I just eavesdrop. It's okay. Oh, thank you.
Because that is a really difficult document.
And you know, it means I agree with you.
Yeah.
Talk through grade too long.
It's a difficult document to flip through.
Yeah.
Well, and just like the other thing is the definitions of those interventions.
Yeah, and I think that that's also part of the struggle, right?
Because otherwise, like you said, if you're not doing anything, or it is so haphazard to come together.
All right, let's come back together now. Now that we've processed a little bit about all of the things related to instruction, right? So we've talked about Tier 1 instruction, Tier 2, Tier 3. What are those defining characteristics? How are we really going to monitor them? I've heard some teams kind of talking about the tools that you already have in place, and also thinking about even some of that being a little bit hard to implement. Even the tool that we might have in front of us. And so what we're going to do now is talk, and I'm going to fly through this part because one, I think a lot of school level teams do this. They're already looking at some of their school level implementation. So we're going to just kind of fly through some of the various areas. And then we're going to get to a section that's going to talk about how do we do this with feasibility, right? How do we monitor fidelity feasibly within our context? Because there has to be that flexibility within our implementation. There has to be flexibility in how we're monitoring fidelity. All right, so I'm taking us back to the Utah Effective Teaching Standards and thinking about Standard 8 and 9. This is about our professional practice and thinking about reflection and continuous growth as well as leadership and collaboration. These are going to hit the UMTSS critical components of database decision making as well as our supportive leadership structures, right? So we're really going to use our team-based problem-solving processes. We're going to look at our data to kind of help ensure that we are hitting these pieces. So our school-level features, right? These are part of the 8 critical components of UMTSS that I talked about this morning. Our school-level features are the things off to the left. So our database decision making is likely happening at a teaming level at the school. We might have grade level teams doing some of this as well through PLCs or other structures. We're going to have that team-based model. We're looking at building a proactive school climate and culture and structure, all of those routines across our school-wide expectations, and that parent and community involvement piece. If we look at those school-level features and we monitor the fidelity of our implementation across those domains, it can help us ensure high-quality instruction is taking place, equitable education for all of our learners, as well as college and career readiness. Okay? So just by looking at some of those features in aggregate across our school, we may be able to target some of the different areas around instruction that we need to be focused on. So there's tools to do this. There's the fidelity implementation rubric. We might have the SET or something along those lines. We might have the reading tiered fidelity inventory. There's a self-assessment of MTSS implementation, the SAM. There's multiple tools that you can access to help you think about this. The one thing I will say is don't just start with these. Really think about making sure that you are picking a tool that is going to help you in your system and try not to overwhelm and add that level of complexity. So our fidelity of our systems level at the database decision making, we need to use these processes to help inform instruction. That is the purpose of them. If we're putting in place a structure where we're collecting progress monitoring data, where we might be getting screening and benchmarking data, and we're going to have our data walls and kind of look at our interventions that we're planning for our students, we need to be doing that purposefully around how we're going to focus our instruction. So I said it this morning, I'm going to say it again. We have our data. We're putting it into the tiers, and we're noticing that we have a higher number of students rising to the level of tier 2, tier 3. That's going to tell me I have to do something at core, right? I'm going to need to bring in some additional scaffolds and supports. Perhaps my core curriculum isn't a good match for what I'm trying to focus on. So the outcomes. There are a lot of core curricula that are out there that don't have evidence base for their use, and especially if we're looking at the measures that are important to us and we're seeing students rise to the level of need for tier 2, tier 3 intervention, we might need to fix our core curriculum as a technique to do that, so that it's hitting some of those areas that we're spending most of our time trying to intervene at, okay? All right, so essential features of our data. We want to enter data in a timely manner. We want to represent our data in a visual or graphic representation so that we can really see what's happening. There's process for setting and evaluating goals across our system. So our systems level, our tier level, our student level. There's a process for ensuring data are administered accurately. So I'm going to talk about this one. That's fidelity to our assessment practices. So if we're looking at progress monitoring data and two people are actually going through and scoring those progress monitoring probes or whatever it is, are they both getting the same score, right? So we should be looking at some of those features as well, making sure that if we have to provide accommodations for students within assessment, that those are always happening, or just various considerations as far as the fidelity even to our assessment practices. We have to have clear decision rules in place. We need to know within our system and within our various measures when a student truly is in need of tier 2 or when it's a tier 1 issue. And then we're going to disaggregate our data to truly identify if there are subgroups of our student population that need additional support, and how we're then going to address that need in our core instruction, okay? So that's not to say that all of our English learners need tier 2 intervention. Our English learners need scaffolded instruction in tier 1, okay? And then we're going to try to identify those students within that population that would require that level of intervention. We also need to have fidelity of our systems at the team-based problem-solving level. How many of you are using TIPS in some fashion? Team-initiated problem-solving, okay? So if you're not familiar with TIPS, that's a way to kind of monitor even at the systems level. Are we following a standardized procedure for our teaming structures? Do we have an agenda in place? Do people have roles and responsibilities as we're walking through this meeting? Or are we spending all of our time on problem admiration and never getting to problem solving? Our proactive school climate and structure, this document, and actually in the slide deck, I'm pretty sure that if you right-click on this image, it'll pull up a hyperlink to where you can access this full document. It's an interactive document that'll go through various classroom interventions and supports that we should be looking at across the foundations, practices, and data systems. So you can actually pull out, it has a self-assessment that you can provide to teachers even on their classroom management and structures and routines. If it's not hyperlinked, let me know and I can get that link to you all. Systems, parent and community involvement, and as Cheryl talked about before, it's not just that involvement piece, it's really getting to that level of engagement that we need to have. So we need to be looking at family community engagement that are defined and monitored with data, linked to school goals in our school improvement or MTSS plan, supported by procedures for facilitating two-way communication. That language is not mine, that comes directly from that self-assessment of MTSS, the SAM that I mentioned before. Their criteria is that staff are doing all of the following: actively engaging families that represent the diverse population of the school, right? So we're getting the parents that are mirroring our students in front of us. We're engaging families in problem solving when their child needs additional support. So at that level, when we're talking about tier 2 or tier 3 intervention, we should be having those really rich conversations with parents and involving them in some of those decisions. Intensive outreach to unresponsive families, that's that home visits. Those are the things that we might be doing to try to really see what's going on, and increasing the skills of families to support their children's education. So things that we can do to help our parents understand what they can do at home to support their child's learning. The thing I will say that Cheryl didn't necessarily hit on, and that I heard from, so Casey's a school psychologist by trade, right? We had our school social worker from Granite talk about, we do home visits, we do home visits. I'm a school social worker by trade, that's my background, okay? I was trained in that. Casey was trained in that. School social worker here was trained in that. Guess who's not? Teachers. Okay? So if we're asking them to do something, they need to know how to do it. They need to know, how do I actually engage with a family in their home environment? How do I come at it from a strengths-based perspective and not a deficit model of thinking about a family or a community, right? There are so many teachers that enter the field very, very scared of calling home to parents and families. Very scared of it. As a school social worker, I was often asked, Terry, can you please come and sit with me, or can you call that family, right? And I would have to sit with them and model how they would have that discussion and then empower them to do it themselves. We need to make sure that our educators feel, again, if we want fidelity to this measure, what was one of the teacher level impacts? Their self-confidence, right? So building teachers and educators' self-confidence in family engagement is a way that we can simultaneously increase our fidelity of involving and engaging parents and families. So if you do, some training around that, make sure that you're having those discussions with your educators, that I'm here to support you as you're making those calls, or here's a model, here's a script that you might be able to use, some language, some sentence frames, whatever it is, some practice opportunities for them. I guarantee that there are a lot of parents in this room that wish that they would hear from the educators of their children more. I'm one of them. All right. I'm gonna, so this is the systems level, what do we need to strengthen? I'm gonna skip this part and get to this feasibility piece, because I think that this is the part. We've talked a lot. We have to have fidelity to this, fidelity to that, fidelity to X, Y, and Z, right? I'm fidelitied out. We need to figure out how we can do it feasibly within our context. So, we need to set clear expectations, which include that all staff are aware of those expectations and well trained to support them. We've established an expectation that everyone needs to lead, bringing their talents to the task of assessing fidelity, right? Create an expectation that implementing MTSS with fidelity is the norm and regular practice. So we talked about creating that culture where observation is the norm and not seen as something out of the norm. We want that to be the culture that we're creating with fidelity monitoring as well. All right, create a structure that supports fidelity. So things that we can do are embedding open communication. We can have time for grade and content level teams to meet. One of the things that I know from a lot of educators that I work with is they just want time to talk to their peers. If you ask teachers, like, what's the number one thing that administrators can do to really support you? It's coming into my classroom so that I have a bathroom break. That's like oftentimes what they're screaming for. Okay? And I know we're all running around too, but just making sure that we're acknowledging those things that we can do to support. Professional development around these various aspects, so not just those one-stop sort of PD on the curriculum or an intervention, but followed with that coaching, followed with the ability to kind of provide that feedback, and then including any retraining that they might need, right? Just like our students, they might lose some of those skills over the summer. Our teachers will lose their fluency with some of their practices over the summer. So the question is, does your PD lead to desired outcomes? So this is your high quality professional development rubric, which is part of the grant process as well, one of your funding requirements. So we should be looking at that and saying, is this leading to the outcomes that we want? If it is, we're going to continue to monitor what we're doing, right? We're going to say, great, we've definitely increased those practices. We're going to celebrate those successes. We're going to maybe scale those practices to others. If not, we need to look at leveraging our resources. What do we have available? And I've said the Canvas modules quite a bit. Malia is going to talk to you in just a couple minutes more about those Canvas modules. But they're self-paced. Anybody in your system can enroll in them, can actually participate in doing that. So as you get turnover in teams, that's the first thing you do. Hey, you're new to our system. I want you to participate in those Canvas modules. It's going to help get everybody on the same page around the language that we're using around MTSS, the features that we have here in Utah, and how we can get that going. All right. So we talked about the who, what, when, where, why, and how of Fidelity this morning. You jotted down some of those answers. Think about these now. Did any of these things change as we went through these presentations? I see who's laughing?
Me.
Ah, you're laughing. Why are you laughing?
Because we have so much to do.
So much to do, right? So much to do, which leads us to this matrix, going back and revisiting it, looking for your gaps. And then we would recommend, if you're not monitoring the fidelity of core instructional practices, start there. Okay? Start at your core. Start at what your teachers are doing with all students, because our students with disabilities, our students who are struggling, our students with English who are English learners, they are a part of our system, right? They are a part of our general education classrooms, and we need to make sure that they're supported in that environment. What will you go back and do? As you're percolating on that, Malia, I think you're going to come up and get set up, right, for your section?
Yeah, we're going to take a stretcher for like 9 minutes.
A 9-minute stretcher. Think about those action steps now, but you'll have time to think about this during team time as well.
He's kind of sweaty. This was coach, so sweaty, no big deal.
Plus you have like pockets maybe that you can...
Yeah,
I didn't have pockets, which is fine. I put it on my pants. Okay, I used this one this time. Okay, so that can go back in there. This is my
look at my...
All right, now.
She told me, she said I can I'm so glad when you were like, yes, and McKinley was so cool. I can tell. And I told him, I was like, you know, I really think we need to do an SEL friendship this week. Like, I think maybe after. So last time we were here, this part of the next thing I did, it's kind of like just Even like for instance, when they're I want to keep that alive. Because when we get the budget, so we went through a process with the CIT. We were all
David just is not emotional.
That's chapter 7. Yeah, we can
That's where we want to get. How do we create a tool to evaluate whether or not they're doing it? And I think you look at the current tools that you have in place, CSC, that big 5, basic 5, that SPED, and then Ashley Lawson was talking about how the she'll go in and do like a quick temperature check. I feel like the system support coaches talk about how they have a tool. Because it seemed like Charles was like, we've got a tool. And I'm like, this is because I feel like their tools are more like at the PLC level versus like individual conferences. I think on to some degree they are good. A lot of times I think they're not. A lot of times they're doing what it is that they do. Right? The coaching is actually related to, oh, you're going to get, oh, you focus on this, okay, and I coach you. But meanwhile, they haven't figured out like basics. So I would say sometimes when you think of animation, and they're like, three things have to happen.
have to have, leader management, right? Then you have to have a lot of engagement and then good lesson planning. Then you can coach on those topics. But I think it's way up here, and then we're like, wait a second. We don't have like space. Oh yeah. They don't want to be
To be the middle of the afternoon and our hindquarters are tired from sitting. I know mine are. We have just a couple more things that there are just a few more things that we need to go over that are actually really critical things for your teams. They're related to the report that you are going to be submitting at the end of the school year. Okay, my name is Malia Height. I'm the MTSS specialist at USBE, and I have a background that is heavy in data. So what we're going to provide you with is the fidelity and implementation report that your team is going to need to create for your program at your LEA. So, and this is in the Padlet already. There are lots of ways to look at this. This is really what we're looking at is that we're looking for implementation data and student outcome data. Okay, those are the two kinds of data we're looking for. Within student outcomes, we want to look for behavior data and academic data. Okay. So for each of those data groups, which we'll get to in a second, you have to provide us with a visual representation of the data. I don't care what it looks like. It's got to look like something that's graphical or visual in some way. Okay, whether it's a bar graph, you want to use a line graph, you want to use a chart dog, you want whatever it is you'd like to do, totally cool. You have to talk about what are you measuring. You can't just say, I'm measuring math outcome data. Well, what about math outcomes are you measuring? Are you measuring problem-solving skills? Are you measuring engagement in student talks? Or whatever it is that you're measuring, and then how you collected the data. Okay? Then you have to talk about how you're analyzing your data. What's your process? Okay, what does that look like? What's the protocol that you use? Okay, how are you making your decisions? And then lastly, what did you decide to do based on the data that you saw? Okay.
Okay, and this is in fact that same process that Terry was just talking about, right? This is our problem-solving model of how we make decisions as a team. So when we're looking at data, here are the 3 kinds of data that you need to report on. There are definitions of each of these kinds of data with examples of what that might be. Okay, so if you're using a tip sheet, great, that's here. If you're doing a log, observations, whatever it is you're doing to determine the fidelity of your system implementation, that's what is going here. Okay. Your behavior outcome, it could be a lot of different things. Maybe you're doing check-in, check-out points. Maybe you're doing, you're looking at attendance. Maybe you're looking at referrals. However you are tracking your behavior data, that is what your behavior outcome measure is. And then academic data can be a variety of things, and this is not an exhaustive list. You can use RISE data. You can use student or teacher-created assessments. You can use, if you're using Acadience for literacy, totally works. Okay, anything that you can use at the student level to assess academic outcomes counts. Okay, so to help ensure you write a great report, I have provided 2 examples and sentence frames. I may or may not have a background in special education. Okay, and you don't have to answer all of these. This is one way that you can look at it. Our MTSS team uses the blank tool at each meeting to track our behavior outcome. Our MTSS team uses tip sheets at each meeting to track our fidelity of implementation. Okay. And so then there's sentence frames for all the 3 kinds of data. Okay. And then there are 2 examples. To be entirely frank, this first example that I'm going to show you should be something that you should all be able to create at the end of the year. This report should be based on the data that you're looking at your monthly meetings or bi-monthly meetings or however frequently your team is meeting. And so, for example, in this one, here's an example of what my data is. We use TFI. Here's our annual TFI for the 3 tiers, right? Tier 1, 2, and 3. Here's one of the examples, or one of the elementaries within the LEA, and their implementation, tier 1, 2, and 3. So that's the data. Then here's the tip sheet at our monthly meetings data. And then this was the coach's assessment of the TIPS data at their twice annual check-in. Okay. So then, data-based decision. Our team uses the data-based dialogue, which is by the School Reform Initiative in our meetings. And in November, we had low scores. And it was because we didn't have data that was good. So we decided we need to get more available data. Okay? So very simple. It doesn't have to be rocket science. We're not looking to publish this in some crazy journal. We just want you to engage in the process and record your process. Okay? Professional development. Well, we identified early in the year that as we looked at the implementation data, we're going to continue to support Tier 1 because we're doing pretty good there. But we need training on Tier 2, and so that is our professional learning we're planning for the summer. Okay? How are you planning to implement your system? Are you going to change your system? What professional development are you going to provide? And then when we get to behavior and academic outcome, you can do it a lot of different ways. This is from the PBIS Swiss, average referrals per day by month. Okay. Again, how do you make a decision? What do you think? Well, this says we hypothesize that many of our students are feeling stress associated with the holiday season because we had a high incidence of referrals in December.
Or the staff were.
Or the staff were, and so then they were unable to, appropriately intervene, right? So, so then what they decided to do was to learn some socio-emotional strategies and interventions with their teachers, okay? And then Dr. Helpful, who was the district psychologist, decided to come and help them with that, okay? And then academic literacy, we've got the Acadians. One thing you need to be respectful of is whenever you're creating a report like this that shares specific student information, you need to make sure you protect the identity of those students, their names, their teacher's name, their period of class that they're in, anything that can be an identifier, okay? And so, like benchmark scores are great. Math, this is just a team created this graph to track how their students did on one test. So these were 3 different math teachers, and they were looking at their students' proficiency on those 6 problems. Okay. So that's really is what you should be able to get done by the end of the year. But you should start it like at your next monthly meeting, right? Make a Google Doc and then just keep adding to it. If you are in a spot where you're like, wow, I don't even know where to start, then example 2 may be able to give you a spot to start. Okay, here's the attendance percent chart for the last month. This is where we're gonna start looking for behavior data, okay? And then we're gonna start looking here at some SAGE data. Maybe you can look at RISE data. It's coming soon. And then this one at the top, for the fidelity data, it says our team completed the practice profile at the summer conference, and our scores showed us that we needed to do some evidence-based PD. Okay, you all have your practice profiles done. So that, you've already got that. Okay, what does it say you need to do? That's your first step. Okay, that was a lot of information. Do we have any questions on this?
Tell me, what's the due date?
Casey, what's the due date on these reports? It's not till like May, right? Oh, yeah. So the end November, next November. Oh, great.
So nicely.
Perfect. I would love to. Let me give you all these things.
I'll make, I think, the connection before we jump to the Canvas modules. So if you'll just on the Padlet pull up that,
the funding one, yeah.
Good thing you can read my mind.
No problem.
Oh my gosh, I used to have that same ring. You did?
I did.
So I need both of these?
Yeah, because one's for the video.
Got it. Well, this is great. Okay, so the question, and I'll just jump in here rather than after Canvas modules because it'll make sense after this. The question is, when is this due? Because this is something new. So in the Padlet, if you see the Utah grants requirements for funding, I'm just going to spend a couple of minutes making sure that you're aware of the requirements. So in this first column right here, it's okay. No, you're fine. It talks about the current required documents. So these are the things that you're working on right now. So if you'll just go to the bottom of that, you'll note that that due date is coming right up. At the end of this month is when the funding for this cycle needs to be spent, November 30th, and you're submitting this information. So let's just review it really quickly. None of this should be new. We've been talking about this for a long time, and it's similar to what you did when you had to submit in March. So it's very similar. So the MTSS survey that your team completed, that was an action item that you took care of in the summer. If you're not sure if your team has done that, you can check with your coach and we can follow up with you, but that was a link that was shared at the summer conference, so that was easily probably checked off. The 3 professional development planning guides, we also started those in the summer. Those are the things that you plan, like for this year, we're doing principal trainings or we're doing whatever that looks like for your LEA. So you have 3 of those. You also have 3 HQ, high quality professional development checklists. Those are the things that you either have attended professional development and you're doing an observation of. The presenter had outcomes, we did evaluation, like those kinds of things. It also helps you plan the professional development that you're delivering. So there's 3 of those. It's nice when those are tied together, right? I don't want to write on that board. When you do a checklist and that's helping you plan your professional development, that's the intention of those 2 tools. These first 3 are things that the invoices are required, the general ledger should always be included, time and effort is required if staff are working in more than one program. So in the Utah grants system, where you have to submit all of this information, this should be very similar. This is what you had to do in March. And also just let me give a shout out to you guys. It's not easy to navigate all of the timelines of the different grants that you have with us and all the other grants that you have in your LEA. We totally understand that, and that is a challenge. So please rely on your coaches if this is unclear about when the timelines are and why we do it in this way. Some of the things are our decision, what tools we want you to show us so we can see evidence of the good practices that you're doing. But some things are given to us from the feds and also the state office rules. Here are the things your LEAs have to do. So some of the things, we're trying to work with you, and some things are mandated things that we are a little bit outside of our control. So that's just how it is when you work with federal grants. So I'm just sort of putting that out on the table. Why have these timelines been challenging? When the state received the grant, we have a year to spend the first amount of money. Many LEAs were just getting on board, so there's that amount of money. Then the next year, we get the following year of money, but we're still working on the money from the first year. So we've had to play catch up for this last 18 months. So that may be also, if it's kind of confusing, why we're having to do that. You had that first push in March. You produced all that information. Now you have this March to November window right now, which feels like this really short amount of time to use your funding. You're right, it is. We're trying to play catch up with how the feds give us the money so we can give it to you. That's just sort of the nature of how the timeline has worked out. So it's not ideal for any of us, but that's what we're trying to do. Moving forward, because we're trying to get caught up, once we meet this deadline, this end of November in a few weeks, then we're on a 12-month grant cycle because we're sort of caught up, if that makes sense. So your next year is due next November, which is also kind of challenging because you're going through 2 different school years, also summer when you likely have some heavy PD. That also, we didn't get to pick when the feds give us that timeline of money. That's how it is with this grant. So I get that it's across maybe a couple fiscal calendars also, and that's a challenge. So make sure if you need more support, have your coach help you with that. But it's not us saying, hey, we're going to try to complicate things for you. Let's see how we can do that. That's really absolutely not our intention. Moving forward, so next November, you'll have to, again, go through a couple of the rest of this school year into next school year, thinking about what you're going to do for the summer. The first 3 look the same, right? Your invoices, your ledger, your time and effort. Here's where we've made some changes. Next year, you'll only have to do 2 high-quality professional development checklists and 2 professional development planning guides. A lot of times those tend to happen like in the summer when you're kind of prepping for that next year. That's fine, it'll be within that time frame. The MTSS survey, which happens at that summer conference, you don't need to really worry about that yet. But what Malia just talked about, that fidelity and outcome summary, we would like to see that in lieu of a 3rd high-quality checklist and 3rd professional development planning guide. We've now been working together for a couple of years, and with some of you, many years, right? We need to start seeing evidence of outcome, not just we're doing a bang-up job planning professional development. we think you are doing a great job planning professional development, but we need you to start making those connections to the professional development that you're planning and the type of outcomes that we're seeing, fidelity and outcome data. So the summary that was just shared is a sample of how you could do that. How can we summarize the things that we've done, share some graphs, make sure that it's really clear the types of outcome data, fidelity and outcome data that you're sharing. So again, you don't have to really get to this yet because it's not completely due until November, but it kind of makes sense, like Malia was talking about, to think about this school year and start to produce that information at the end of this school year. That's sort of a natural timeline for us to say, here were some of the goals we had, and here's how we met them. And then as you're going into the next school year, you're just kind of adding to that. Okay, here's our next step. Here are the areas that we noticed we need to make some improvements, and how are we going to show that? So come November 30th of 2020, it won't be like a last minute scramble to get that together. You'll really have it because you're already starting to work on that. It helps that connection again of, we've been doing this for a while, we've done some good professional development, what type of outcome data can we now produce because of that? It's not enough for us to just show that we're doing great professional development. We have to see the outcomes of that professional development. And a couple years now into the grant, we need to be, whatever level you are in, we need to be able to show that to our state level and also the federal level that we're connected with. Does that make sense? Okay. So those are the deadlines. If you have questions about this one that's coming right up in the next few weeks, please reach out to your coach. Make sure that you're clear so that you can be reimbursed for that funding coming up in a couple of weeks, and then we can move forward. Yeah, Devin.
So remind me, the spending deadline
is the 30th, but then the paperwork deadline, Casey, is that 1 week later, or do you want everything?
5 weeks later, so it'll be, all of the paperwork has to be in by the first of the year.
So
we just have to
spent by this day, and then you can do your paperwork through December.
Paperwork ready.
Yeah, and then it'll be in the end of January payout.
Can you repeat that all again?
Yeah.
Do you want this back?
Yeah, I do. The spending.
We're going to start again. So
okay. Yeah, just that part. Okay, you have to. Yeah. So the way Utah Grants works is that you have to spend all of your money by this deadline, November 30th. Spend, okay? It's got to be spent. If you've got a $6,000 allotment, you need to have spent it by then. If you have a $20,000 allotment, you need to have spent 20 grand by then. Okay? You have roughly 4-ish weeks to get the paperwork in. Okay, so from the 30th.
From the 4 weeks. No, I'm suggesting you can start on this.
Oh yeah, no, I would for sure. Because if you miss that deadline, then the money's gone.
Yes.
Like you don't get it.
I.e., panic checks and emails. Number 28 won't cut it.
Yeah.
Yes? Okay.
Yeah, and it'll be in your allotment, the grants allotment at the end of January is when it'll hit your LEA bank.
Also with the holiday break, I mean, everyone knows the holidays are coming, but with the holidays and people not in their office, I mean, start now and try to get that done before the deadline. So spend the money by November 30th and get your paperwork finished up within a couple weeks right after that. Before you're breaking for holidays, have this done so that you can make sure that there's no problems. Okay.
Okay. There's 2 other things that I need to talk about just prior to talking about Canvas, which will be snappy. You may have seen this up on the Padlet. There's a virtual summit that's happening this weekend. If you have math teachers or principals that would benefit from some math PD, this is going to be hosted by the cream of the crop nationally. So it's like past presidents of NCTM, Jo Bowler, if you're familiar with her mindset stuff. They're going to be presenting, and it's totally free, and it's all online. So free and online means everybody should have access. So I recommend that. The other thing that we have not yet talked about is The dates and the structure for the summer conference is changing. So the summer conference is going to be in partnership with the Standards Implementation Institute through the Teaching and Learning USBE. So instead of being like a one, I can scooch back. Instead of being like a one hit wonder, we're going to be taking this on the road show. Okay, so coming to your place so that you can build collaborative partners in your geographic areas. Okay, so the systems conference is going to be in collaboration with the Standards Implementation Institute. Okay, these are the dates and locations that your curriculum directors and administration have been given. We'll put this flyer up on the Padlet.
What is the Standards Implementation Institute?
So it's sort of is like a resurrection of the Core Institute that used to be the Summer Core Institute a few years ago. So it's that, again. So one of the benefits we'll have is that we'll be able to get MTSS to the general practitioners, to teachers, to administrators, to people who are not part of this grant, okay? But they will provide any kind of content area. There's going to be training during this week, okay? So save those dates.
All right, Malia, yes, because I know everyone's like, what?
Yep.
Yes, we're going to send out a poll to you all to figure out a date. We usually have a pre or post conference day for us.
And we've got a meeting that we're figuring out exactly what those days look like, but these dates will be the dates.
So this is kind of a new focus for USBE on alignment, because one of the things that we talk to you guys about all the time is aligning your initiatives, and then we get feedback that we need to align our initiatives, and so we're working on that as well. And this is one of our areas that we're trying to improve is alignment across the state. So we'll send out a poll to everybody to figure out if a pre-conference or a post-conference works best and what date will work best around these dates. The nice thing about this is MTS sessions will be built into all of this, and then you can pick if it's something that fits better for your area. So you don't have to travel as far.
Yeah. Okay, so let's do quick canvas.
Malia, can you send me that? It's been updated
I sent it to you, but yes, I can send it. Okay, so the Canvas modules. The Canvas modules, oh, come on, computer, you can do it. There we go. These are all the topics that are available on the Canvas modules. There are many. And you can find them on the MTSS website at USBE. And all of these links go directly to the course. Okay? A little bit of information about Canvas. Canvas lives in this space called the cloud. Previously, Canvas had been talking to UEN, where we had held all of our Canvas modules. And now, Canvas is talking to USBE, where we are now holding all of our modules. Please note, UEN and USBE don't talk to each other within the Canvas world, okay? So what that means is that when you log in at USBE, you have to create a brand new login. Okay. Any completed modules have still been recorded. We still have that data, so don't stress about that. But when you get here to enroll in the course, you likely will have to select that you are a new user. Oops, I went too fast. Okay, and then that's where you're going to have to go back in to finish the module. Okay. The UMTS, all of the modules will state on the very first page how many hours it's going to require to complete. Courses have different requirements. Some are 1 hour, some are 2, some are 3, but it'll tell you right on the front page. Okay. As you complete these modules, there's quizzes embedded and assignments embedded. And you have to do those things or you will not get your certificate of completion. You also won't have access to like the next step of the module. So you can't like open it up, click through it in 3 minutes and say, I did it, I get credit. You actually have to do it. So, and if you get to a place where you're like, I can't go further, it likely will say that it's not unlocked because you didn't complete a requirement. So just go back. Quizzes, there's a mandatory 80% or better on the quizzes, and but there's an unlimited number of times that you can take the quizzes, okay? And you're not penalized. When you're finished with the module, this link will appear, and you just click on the button, and it will open up a window where you fill in your name and your LEA, and a certificate like this one will be emailed directly to you, okay? This is how you're going to keep track of your hours. So if you want to keep your hours for re-licensure, etc. It'll say, so for example, the behavior course takes 3 hours to do, and so when I go to renew my license, I can send this in with the other stack of all my PD hours and then qualify for my license, okay? Also nice that it goes to your email so you don't have to keep track of that random piece of paper, okay? Let me think, what else? Oh yeah, you've got to keep track of all your stuff. Now, because we're me, by me I mean we, there has in the last year been 3 LEAs that have exceeded expectations, not exceeded, met expectations, regarding MTS or the module completion. So we'll see if they're still here. And some of them may be online, but these are the LEAs that have completed the most modules so far. So the first is they completed 16 different modules with 5 different participants. Greenwood Charter School. Is Greenwood here? No? Oh, I even made a very cute little thing and brought prizes. It's fine. How about North Summit? Oh, North Summit had 15 modules completed and 8 different participants. Now the last LEA I do know is here. This LEA has completed 15 different modules with 12 different participants, and that's Jordan School District. Look at you go. So go get a prize and share it with your team. I know, I'm all about the prizes. Goodies, right? Okay, so if you have any questions about anything that happens on Canvas, shoot me an email. My email is here. It's also everywhere. I'm also the only Malia height in the world, so if you Google me, I'm it.
Okay, one more question.
Yes?
So when do we apply for the funding for 20?
For 2020, Casey? When do they apply for the 2020 grant? Like, right, so yeah. End of November, so, but what, do they have to reapply to be included for next year's fiscal year? You're automatically included. That wasn't easy. Yeah, you just have to submit your reimbursements prior to, so it'll be the same allotment. Good. Okay, look at that. I caught up. Casey, are we doing do we have anything else that we need to hit? Oh yes, here she comes. Okay. Thanks. I can I know.
I'm going to be here for 2 seconds.
For 2 seconds. I'm just going to link them together so you don't have to.
Okay. The rest of the time is dedicated to team time, but I want to structure it for you a little bit. I want you to spend approximately 3 minutes in your team identifying key takeaway messages for your LEA. What's out of today, what's most applicable to you, And what do you think you can act on? Decide on that first. See if you can do that in 3 minutes. I'll give you a heads up in 3 minutes as a team. Ready? Go. And be specific. If you're going to say fidelity, fidelity of what? Be as specific and detailed as you can.
I think we'll measure fidelity because we can measure fidelity in our so we could use that structure easily. We used to use that better. Too bad that kind of went away for a little bit because we were actually using it. And then we can use, then I think it's just measuring well, making sure all the sets, so making sure that we get the sets that were already done, and the sets that we'll do in January. We can use those. But I think also, I think some of the fidelity tests that you put are you implementing
but we're saying where are you at in the
and every time when you have different, I think that question is a gold mine.
I think it was
I can't remember. I think it was using, I'm not sure.
I'll give you credit. Thanks for thinking of that.
It just happened. I was amazed when I saw it. So I thought it was really,
well, he wanted to know what they needed more time on, so I think I circled back and was like, well, there are these different pieces. But, and I started a mission to push that in them, so they wanted to have no one.
well, here's the thing. We've got all the way to that's going to be a lot of data. I think the thing that we see, like, for that purpose, at that point, they'll be in year 2. And we'll have a whole new load of year 1. And so what are we going to continue to measure?
Yeah, right. And then if we're wanting to show in any academic area that's even not needed, then I think
I think we just roll that. I think it has to end on this day.
Oh, and then that's the other thing, the OER data, it's been very consistent. For each school, we'll have things to go and
well, maybe next time. Well, I don't know if it's next time or the time after, we can decide. But then one of our PBIS 2.0 pieces is fidelity. Are you keeping track of this? What are you doing? So we can.
not next time. We've got 2 minutes to
Which is fine because by then they'll finally have their data, which is what I hope that happens this week. Right? We're only a couple months now. But
we were also unrealistic about how quickly everything it's okay.
well, we realized after session 1, we realized we were going way too fast.
Okay, have you identified your key takeaway idea? Okay. Let's see where we land in 10 minutes to see where you land in developing one action item. And when you develop this action item, using the key idea, I want you to identify who, what, when, where, and how. Why? How? Thank you. We all need a few prompts. I want to see details like December 5th, we're going to do this. At our next team meeting, I'm going to say these words type of ideas. You can't be too detailed with this. 10 minutes. Let's see where you land for your first action item.
Action item. So